Welcome, everyone, really. Welcome to this event at the Paris Center. I'm emotional tonight. All the events we do are coming from our hearts and our minds, but of course, this one is a very special one. So 30 years ago on this day, the 8th of December, 1994, the Mexican neurophysiologist, neuropsychologist, and explorer of consciousness, Jacobo Grinberg, disappeared. It's not that we are celebrating these, of course. We are doing a remembering of him as a person, also as a father. You know, as I was coming here and I was kissing my little daughters good night, I became emotional, right? So it's something that's not an event to celebrate. But what we're celebrating, of course, it's his legacy. It's what he thought, what he wrote, what he did, whom he met. And today in 2024, when consciousness studies is finally ongoing and sanctioned, well, those who know Jacobo know this, but many don't. And that's part of the reason why we're doing this. We want everyone to know this man, his work. It seems like the prehistory of consciousness studies is before 1990. Well, if that's the prehistory, well, then Jacobo was already in the future. He was a true pioneer. And so tonight we're celebrating that. We're sending him our love and wishes wherever he is. And that's why I've invited an incredible group. We are about 18 people to talk tonight, of family, friends, students, colleagues, and also people who didn't meet Jacobo, maybe people who didn't know his work until recently, myself included, but that I felt, that are my friends, my colleagues, and I felt if Jacobo was around, I'm very sure he would be thrilled to talk to these people, to read their work, to meet them in conferences. So this is also the people who are coming to present tonight. Okay, let me tell you 2 or 3 things about how this is going to work. This is not a conference. As I'm saying, we are 18, about 18 people. We'll all go one after the other. Maybe we do a break, but maybe not. Don't worry, this is being recorded. And you'll get the link and we will post it on YouTube. So if you need to leave, even if you're presenting, if you need to leave, we understand it. This is going to be easily 4 hours long, if not more. Presentations are typically going to be brief because it's going to be most of the time I ask everyone kind of a testimony from their own work, how their own work maps perhaps to an aspect of the really multifaceted work of Jacobo, or maybe how Jacobo's work has influenced or inspired them. There will be no Q&A, I'm sorry, but you'll get 4 hours of amazing contributions. You can interact in the chat. So if you have questions, if you want to share links, just use the chat. And that could be a good way for those who need some more guidance or help. Yeah, and I think that's all. Mute yourself if you're not presenting, so that we don't hear background noise. All right. And so, yeah, really welcome. And thank you for all the participants for accepting to do this. It's been very easy, really, to organize this. You all were very, very eager, very willing to do so. I really appreciate it. Okay, so before we start with our first presenter, with Ian McGilchrist, before Lisette may appear throughout tonight, Jacobo's first wife, but we have really the honor to bring to the floor Estusha Grinberg, the daughter of Jacobo. Estusha is an artist, a singer, and she agreed to inaugurate this event. And so, muchas gracias, querida. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For me, it's an honor be here and to be the first to talk with in this big group. Um, I well, first of all, want to thank Alex for bringing together all these people. I know that most of you are working with are working with science and are working um, with all these themes that well, in a way, my father touched and brought. And um, I thank you very much. I really hope that you can continue with all this work, uh, because you are, I mean, you are minds that need to share what what you have, and what you have with all the information around. And well, in this case, the information that my father brought, uh, that it's not his, is, I mean, he studied and brought it, and I don't know. I'm not a scientist at all. I'm an artist, and I have my connection with my father with the art, with art. I make songs for him and shows and whatever. But I'm really happy that there are people in this line of investigation. I think it's so important because there's not much people doing it. And I really thank you, thank you, Alex, and thank you all that you are doing this, because I think it's so important to have a community, a scientific community, with all these all these themes. I don't know if it's themes, temas,
Topics, yeah. Themes,
topics,
yes.
topics. Well, with all these topics, and I think it's important for people to know, um, that there is a how do you say, that it's true. All this about consciousness is true, but it's proved by people that are studying and by people that are doing investigation, because there is a lot of things that go around this that don't it's not it doesn't have a foundation, no. And I think it's important that people very important that people have this security, that all this is true, and it has a fundamento. How do you say fundamento?
Grounding, it has grounding.
Crown. How?
Yeah, foundations or grounding.
Foundation. It has foundation. Not with only the people that are just, like the people that are studying, the people that have been years studying and in the laboratory. It's so important. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. I hope you make a big community. I mean, I'm here whatever I can do. I mean, I'm the daughter of of Jacobo, and I have the books, whatever you need to continue with this serious work. And well, there's one book that I think it's very important that you read. It's called Creation of Experience. It's in English, and it has the synergic theory, that is the theory that he made. Um, and I think it's very important because he has a lot of books, and all of them are really good and have really good information. But this one, I think it's important that you read, and that it's in English. So Alex is going to put the link. It, obviously, is if you I can give it to you if you don't. It's not for, I'm not doing this to that you purchase it, or not at all. If you need it, I you just leave your mail and I will give it to you. But it's important that you read. I think it's important that you read. And so I will let you, because you have a long way to go and I don't want to take all the space. And I thank you very much. I thank you very much. And I hope you have a really good meeting, and a lot of things will come of this. And you have all my apoyo. How do you say apoyo?
Support, support,
Apoyo.
support.
Support. You have, I mean, in what I can do, all my support. Alex, you know that.
Yes, I do. Thank you very
Okay.
much, Usha.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you all. And I will be a while here. I will silence myself, and I greet you very much. Okay.
All right. Okay. Good. Yes, I put the link to the book on the chat, so feel free to go and check it out. It's important that Jacobo is also read in English. Some of you know he wrote more than 40 books in Spanish, most of them, except a few ones. And now, as you'll hear, Estusha and some publishing houses are making the effort to bring these books back so that they're available, well edited, and hopefully they become to be translated to English, so that, yeah, the consciousness science is done in English today, so it's very important then that the Anglo-American speaking world knows about him, because otherwise, if it's only Spanish, it feels like it doesn't exist, but it does. All right. Thank you, Stusha. Okay, now we'll continue with Ian McGilchrist. I'm so glad you accepted to open this event, Ian. My introductions to the guests will be brief. Ian is a psychiatrist, an author, a philosopher, and a very, very knowledgeable, wise person with a big heart. He wrote The Master and His Emissary and The Matter with Things. We could spend 4 hours talking about them. I think you all know his work, and if you don't, you will soon. Thank you very much, Ian. The floor.
Well, thank you so much, Alex, and both for those words, for inviting me, and also for you're always a man one can rely on for an original idea. And I think it's wonderful that you've chosen to honor the memory of Jacobo Grinberg, and also to rekindle interest in and to nurture the memory of him. So thank you. Well, what to make of Grinberg? I find myself always in a difficult position, bridging science and the humanities. I find myself, as I sometimes say, a skeptic amongst believers and a believer among skeptics. Was Grinberg a genius? Quite possibly so. Was he paranoid? It would seem quite possibly at sometimes in his life. Was he even psychotic? But as the poet John Dryden said, great wits to madness sure are near allied, and thin partitions do their bounds divide. So this is not an unexpected phenomenon, and probably the most extraordinary example is the poet William Blake, who was completely unconventional and borderline mad, but his insights into the nature of life, the universe, and everything are absolutely spot on and second to none. So whatever else, and I'm not in a position really to judge on the merits of the science, so I've only read 2 of his papers. I came across him, it must have been at least 15 years ago, because it was while I was writing The Master and His Emissary. And I thought, what an intriguing figure and an intriguing line that he'd taken. And of course, I was also, both charmed and mystified by the story of his somehow magical disappearance. And I didn't know what to make of it all. But his questions were, whatever else, well worth asking. I mean, looking for correlates between unconventional, at least by the standards of modern science, unconventional psychological phenomena and measurable changes in the brain was bold and an important thing to do. And whether there are robust correlates is something that is and should be the subject of further research. Of course, in a sense, if we are suggesting that consciousness is beyond the brain, and I think that Jacobo, if you were here, would probably agree with that, and I think that Alex might agree with it too, then perhaps we shouldn't really be expecting correlates in the brain. I think of the example of NDEs, which apparently occur when the EEG is entirely flat and there is no recordable activity or blood flow in the brain. But perhaps NDEs shouldn't be the paradigm for all our explorations of unconventional phenomena. So in the 1987 paper, Grinberg's claim was complex. I'll quote here, "It is the correlation between individual interhemispheric coherences which is associated with communication levels. That is, when the individual coherences of two subjects fluctuate in a correlative way, these subjects are in a process of empathic communication, and vice versa." Sorry, those were my words. And that passage it isn't entirely immediately translucent, but I think what he is suggesting, my understanding, is that in an individual brain, there is something one may call interhemispheric coherence. And if in another brain there is also interhemispheric coherence, if these two individual coherences fluctuate in a parallel way, then these subjects can be expected to be in a process of empathic communication. So it's an interesting and slightly complex idea. I haven't got an awful lot of time to talk, and I don't want to impose on anybody, so I'm going to be a bit brief in what I say. In brief, I'm skeptical that we can rely too heavily on the interhemispheric coherence data. So that's internally in the brain. Quite what is meant by such coherence for a start is difficult. Is this symmetry, or is it what exactly is going on? How is it reliably measured? To what degree is it desirable? Is it significant? These are all uncertain. And the data provided in the 1987 paper aren't easy to interpret. Maybe somebody will repeat these experiments and come up with something that is easier to assess and where we can actually cross-question the data and the subjects and the researchers. What interests me more and seems much more important is the evidence that minds of isolated individuals can communicate without the normal business of having to speak in language. And I'm fairly sure that this is really a true phenomenon. And what's exciting is the notion of the necessity of empathic interaction for this to be taking place. In the 1994 paper on the Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox, I think he's on to something ahead of his time. According to, the paradox is that according to quantum mechanics, particles had to be able to interact non-locally. But that was absurd, thought Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen. Couldn't be, impossible. But as we know, Alain Aspect experimentally verified that once particles have interacted, non-local influences between particles indeed exist. And you will probably all know that he received recently the Nobel Prize for this advance in science. So we then come to non-local theories of consciousness. And here I lament the absence of a dear friend and good colleague, Peter Fenwick of blessed memory. And he would have interesting things to say about this and was very knowledgeable on it. But I'm going to refer to the work of Dean Radin, who in many ways has followed up these ideas with research that looks pretty robust. So I'm not sure about the hemisphere issue here, but hemisphere differences are nonetheless important in this story, though perhaps in a different way from the way that Grinberg anticipated. I suppose the first thing to point out is that empathy is a right brain to right brain phenomenon. And here I can reference the extensive and very robust research of Alan Shaw, but of many others, that show that at the very beginnings of human life, the bond between the mother and baby, the ground of all empathy, is generated between the right ventromedial frontal cortex of each of the baby and of the mother. And in general, I've written about this at some length. Empathy is solidly, reliably dependent on the right hemisphere. In the left hemisphere, there's something that can look like empathy, like being able to technically see what it is the other person is seeing, although that also relies quite heavily on the right hemisphere. But actually to feel empathy, to feel your way into what that other person is experiencing, is highly dependent on the right hemisphere, and particularly on the right frontal lobe. I suppose to be extraordinarily crude, one could say, well, we could ask the question, is conventional science somewhat left hemispheric? I think there are obvious senses in which one could say it is. It doesn't trust anything that is subjective. It needs to be measurable. It needs to be fixed and certain. It looks for, yes, for the facts, as it were, and I respect the need for that. I think, in fact, one of the things that's happening nowadays is that people are too ready to dismiss palpable facts because they don't like the implications of those facts. And once we start attacking science in that way, what have we got left as a lodestar? Well, we've got intuition and imagination and reason, as I have argued. But I think none of these can be dispensed with, and nor can science. But it's interesting that when you look at the way in which scientific discoveries were made, it's almost always not by following the scientific method, which is an external expression of the linear, step-by-step, almost algorithmic way in which one would arrive at a truth. They were almost entirely arrived at by sudden insights. That is not to say those insights came from nowhere. They came from years of hard work during which people plodded away in a very pedestrian and left hemispheric way at things. But it was actually through departing from that and seeing something that could never have led to, that they were enabled to have the great insights in mathematics and science. So there's nothing unscientific in saying that the right hemisphere has a big part to play in science. But there's also the point that the idea that consciousness might not be just a product of the brain, I think, is much more amenable to our right hemisphere's take on the world than the left. Now, all this may sound like a lot of baloney if you're not familiar with my work, because I quite accept that for a very long time people said that all this stuff about hemispheres was wrong, and indeed it was, largely, or at least a lot of the things that they deduced were wrong. But nonetheless, I think now people are beginning to take it more seriously, and I'm not going to go on about it, but I spent a very long time researching it, And the reality is not what we were taught. In fact, it's often the opposite of what we were taught. But since I imagine that quite a lot of people here either do know something about my work or know where to find out about it, I'm not going to go on about that. But to give a few headline moments, the left hemisphere, in a way, wants to close down to a certainty, whereas the right hemisphere wants to open up to a possibility. Now, both of these ways of addressing the world are needed. As always, this is not that one has to be right and the other wrong. That is in itself, interestingly, at a meta level, a rather left hemispheric demand. But in fact, both can be necessary and both can be important. But in order to understand something new in science, you do need to be open to the unknown, to be able to accept the uncertainty and the humility, really, that you don't have a complete grasp of this. And that is much more open, much more possible in the right hemisphere. Also, the right hemisphere understands that nothing in the end is ever completely certain, which is not to say that there aren't degrees of certainty. That again would be a left hemispheric demand that, well, it's either certain or it's wholly uncertain. No, there are degrees of certainty, but nothing can be precisely specified, and nothing is intrinsically certain. It's intrinsically uncertain in its nature and only approaches certainty asymptotically. Another important point is that the right hemisphere sees everything as process. I would say that I'm a process philosopher, and a lot of that has come about through my research into the nature of the two hemispheres. And for the right hemisphere, consciousness is not, as it is for the left hemisphere, a thing. Something that we can examine and measure in the lab. It is a process. It's always in process. And it is a process that is relational, that involves two elements that come into contact. And thirdly, or fourthly even, the right hemisphere sees everything as ultimately connected, whereas the left hemisphere starts from the standpoint that all the things that it has identified are essentially separate or atomistic, and that it's up to our brains to find the ways in which we can connect them, not that they start as connected, and our brains have a tendency to disconnect them. Again, the right hemisphere understands the need for context, i.e. who it is that you're exchanging thoughts with, your relationship with them, and the circumstances in which you're trying to do this. The right hemisphere, unlike the left hemisphere, appreciates the importance of embodiment. And it also sees effectively a world of animacy, where the left hemisphere renders even what we know to be animate, inanimate, or tends to do so. So these tendencies, rather briefly and crudely and glibly mentioned for the sake of brevity, I think suggest to me that the right hemisphere is more likely to be the one that is open to the idea that consciousness is not necessarily tied to the brain. Now, I happen to believe that consciousness is foundational in the cosmos, that it is the ontological primitive. So there's no way it's going to emanate from a brain. The only connection, and it certainly does have a connection with the brain, is that the brain gives it shape and form. In fact, the purpose of matter is to give form to consciousness and to give a degree of stability or permanence to consciousness that on its own it doesn't have. But that matter is in fact an aspect or a phase of consciousness, in the sense that ice is a phase of water and water vapor is a phase of water. So I think, in short, we're at a moment when the paradigm-saving tendency of the left hemisphere needs to be brought into balance with the paradigm-questioning rightwards tendency, and a shift that towards the more creative, which science depends on. And here's to the memory of, or if he's still alive, the soul and being of Grinberg. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. Let me pin myself. Thank you very much, Ian. And as you speak, and also as other guests speak and mention your own work, I'm also including it in the chat, and people are already discussing. So that's all good. That's going on there.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So next we'll have Robert Lawrence Coon. I'm also here in the control, so that's why sometimes I look like I'm looking somewhere else. So I'm looking for Robert to make you co-host. All right, and remove Ian. All right, give me a second. Okay, so Robert Lawrence Coon is the co-producer and creator of Closer to Truth. He's also a good friend of mine, a person I also admire enormously. And just to mention one recent accomplishment that's really timely for today's conversation. So Robert published this year a really, really ambitious long paper mapping the landscape of all theories of consciousness he could find. And believe me, he's the person to kind of know them all. There are more than 220, and I'll paste, of course, the link to the paper in the chat. And so this also gives us a lot of perspective today, after perhaps many years of what sounded like the only game in town being physicalism. Of course, it never was. But now, today, thanks to the really monumental work of Robert in putting this together, we can all see the forest and the trees. And of course, Grinberg's tree is a very important one to have in this landscape. I thank you very much, Robert, for your time and for agreeing to be with us tonight. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Yes?
Yes.
Good. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Alex. It's been a pleasure to work together, and it's a pleasure to participate today. And I want to thank you, Alex, for inviting me, and frankly, for putting me on to Grinberg in the first place. Alex, as some people know, was an essential resource for me, and certainly a trusted critic when I was engaged in this massive project of doing this landscape of consciousness paper, where I sought to gather all the disparate multiple theories of consciousness and then organize them to some kind of structure that at least can give us a handle on how to classify things. Not that any one classification is right or wrong. The subtitle of the paper actually is Toward a Taxonomy. So this is not, and the title of the paper is not The Landscape of Consciousness. It's A Landscape of Consciousness. This is just a first take, and it's a work in process. Ian, I have to say I appreciate your comments. It's great to see you again. We're old friends. We just spent some time together in Rome for Closer to Truth, and I've just been editing some of the commentaries that you have, and they're terrific. So we'll see that. I liked when you said that you're a skeptic among believers and a believer among skeptics. I've defined myself as a skeptic of all theories, especially my own. So we have sort of a parallel approach to skepticism. I'm obviously not as familiar with Grinberg's work and ideas as many of you are here. So perhaps what I can do is to um, contribute by offering a meta perspective of Grinberg's contributions to consciousness studies by seeing where he would be classified, and then dig a little deeper and see what that would mean. And so in order to do that, to explain how I classify Grinberg, I need to give you a quick summary of my classification system that I use. Again, it's obviously only one way of doing this. You need a linear scale. I mean, there's no way to do it sort of hyperdimensionally as maybe more accurate. So it's designed to be very simple, as Einstein purportedly said, make it as simple as possible, but not simpler. And so that's what I try to do. And it goes roughly from a purely materialism, physicalism set of theories to non-material, non-physical theories in a somewhat linear fashion, although there's of course much overlap and repetition. So let me just give you the quick categories. The first category is materialism theories, obviously, and under that I have 10 subcategories. I'm not going to mention them all, but neurobiological theories, electromagnetic theories, computational, information theories, homeostatic, affective theories, embodied and inactive theories, where life and mind kind of work together, relational theories, representational theories, theories regarding language, and certainly phylogenetic evolution. So all of those theories are subsets of the basic materialism in some broad fashion. Um, the other categories, as we go down the list, don't have the same subcategories under materialism does. And part of the reason for that is that if you have a theory that is non-material, non-physical in some way, there is less scientific progress that you can make, not none, but less, because by definition, you're limiting yourself to in the physical world, you're limiting to physical, and science works very effectively with physical kinds of theories. So you can drill down more. If it's a non-physical theory, you can describe it, you can look for logical things, but you're not going to make a lot of sub-theories under them. You do have some. And so the other categories are non-reductive physicalism, quantum theories, integrated information theory, which I make a separate category because it's hard to classify, not because I think it's the overarching theory, which is of course a matter of great controversy in the field today. Then panpsychisms, monisms, dualisms, idealisms. Each of these are major categories, and I put an S on each of these because there are very definite differences within those kinds of categories. And so it's all in the plural. And so that's the rough linear progression from physicalism to non-physicalism. Now, there are two other categories that don't fit that linearity. They're buckets that I had to include to discuss theories that couldn't be classified along those lines. So number 10, the last one, I call challenge theories. And these are people who are saying that due to evolutionary pressures, there's no logical reason where our brain and mind can discern consciousness, that it's forever beyond our capability to fully understand. I don't agree with that personally, but I do respect it. And a lot of people make that point. And then the ninth one is a category that we call, and Alex was very helpful in deriving this, anomalous and altered states theories. And these are this category is not per se theories of consciousness, but rather mechanisms or driven by events or activities that may reflect on theories of consciousness. So whereas the other sections, 1 through 8, are absolute theories of consciousness itself, in this section, it is ideas that are generated that can help motivate different other theories. Uh, for example, psi, parapsychology, out of the body experiences, near-death experiences that Ian talked about, meditation, psychedelics, and the like. Um, and what I'd like to point out is that theories like psi, for example, some of the leading researchers in the field, they have different theories of consciousness among themselves about what it is and how it works. So everybody, if you're committed to seeing psi as a very valuable data point for understanding consciousness, that would classify you within this ninth category, but it wouldn't constrain you to a dualistic view or a monistic view or other kinds of things. And indeed, many of the people who believe these things are come to different conclusions. So where do we classify Grinberg in this structure? And again, I worked with Alex on it, and we talked about it back and forth, and it certainly seemed to be that this ninth category is where he should be. He had a fascination with shamanism, which perhaps informed some of his theories in terms of the relationship between consciousness and the external physical world. So in this category where I have like 21 separate different theories, some are very specific, and some are much more general in terms of what they are. And Grinberg's syntergic neuronal field theory really fits here because it's motivated by these broader ways of seeing the world, and but grounded on hard science. From the little I saw, there is some uncertainty about some of the research that he's done, and perhaps that can be duplicated. It hasn't been over these years, but some are questionable. But it certainly opens up a way of thinking, and that's why I classify it here. Another meta approach to Grinberg's syntergic theory would look to see how he exemplifies really radical ideas. And the classic line in conscious studies, it's not that your theory is too absurd. The question is whether it's absurd enough. The word absurd sometimes used with different synonyms, but the fact that you have a crazy theory is not a defeater of your theory. The question is it crazy enough to explain conscious? Now, some people don't agree with that. Hardcore materialists would say that's not the case. In fact, they would say that's the problem. But it's certainly a valid position. So to Grinberg, the physical human brain, to quote him, is able to create a hyper-complex field of interactions that are the result of the activation of all of its neuronal elements. So this is a brain as a whole idea, as opposed to the traditional approach that when I did my doctorate in neurophysiology, it was very definitely, I worked on the thalamocortical circuitry and the feedback between thalamus and cortex, and that circuitry. Others work on the neuronal impulse and the recording from multiple neurons at the same time and building up an algorithm to express meaning through the pattern and frequency of spike impulses along neurons. Those are the two, shall we say, classic approaches in neurobiology on a neuronal level and a circuitry level. And what Grinberg is saying is that he's posing that there's something else going on, that it's a broader impact of the whole brain in some hyper complex field that's creating something new. And to a degree, this is his work foreshadowed and maybe resonated with some of the electromagnetic field theories, which were coming later and have, I think, taken are a very legitimate new way of thinking about the physical brain and how it works. And there's a similarity to it. I mean, the electromagnetic field theories that are today, and I really learned about this a lot in doing the paper. I wasn't as familiar before. Um, are still, hardcore materialist theories, and they don't go radically as far as Grinberg does, but there is a similarity to it. And so that gives it some substance. But Grinberg goes further, and he suggests, again, I'm going to quote, that the neuronal field, this all brain as a whole kind of working together, produces a distortion in the basic space-time structure. Wow, that's interesting. And the reality of our percepts is the perception of this distortion. So those are really three big ideas compiled into, less than a whole sentence. I think I didn't quote the whole sentence. So the first is there's this neuronal field, this brain as a whole working together, and that's consistent with electromagnetic field theories and other things as well. But then it's creating a distortion in the basic space-time structure. Now that brings consciousness into the entire fabric of reality, right? Because that's what space-time is. As Ian said, the view that consciousness is a primitive is the view that consciousness is the primary thing, and that other things have emerged out of consciousness in some sense, matter giving consciousness form. I really appreciate Ian's description. Grinberg is working the same territory as Ian was talking about, but coming at it, I think, in the reverse. And he's saying that consciousness has an impact on the space-time structure, which is an independent given. So I don't think he's saying that consciousness is the foundation of space-time, but rather consciousness can affect the space-time structure, which is a new idea. At least I hadn't seen that earlier by others than Grinberg's work. And then the third point in that sentence is the reality of our percepts is the perception of this distortion. So that requires some unpacking. That's 1/3 of the concept, but that's the most dense, because our percepts, in other words, our consciousness, the perception that we have, is we're perceiving this distortion. So the consciousness, the neuronal field is causing space-time structure to change, and that our consciousness is a perception of that distortion. I may be getting that wrong, but I'd be shocked if that were true. Okay, but I think it is a really important contribution to ways of thinking, and expands our boundaries of how to think about consciousness. And that's why I really appreciated Alex when he told me about Grinberg, and I got really excited about it. And so to go further in how he elaborates on this point, is that the brain's energetic field, which is this neuronal field, the whole brain as a whole working, expands into space, and distorts the space-time structure, and interacts with space-matter continuum. So we say space-time, now space-matter. This is a quote from him. So now we're taking space-matter continuum, which is a little different way of thinking. Space-time works together well, but space-matter deals with general relativity kinds of issues. But he said it interacts with the space-matter continuum. The consciousness expands into space and is able to change the informational content of the latter, of the space-matter continuum, and thus affects other neuronal fields and physical forces. So, this is now a whole new separate extension and expansion of those 3 points originally. Now, as it expands into space, it changes the informational content of that space-matter continuum, and therefore can affect other neuronal fields and physical forces. And that could give you I can make an argument that can be a foundation for psi and parapsychological kinds of experiences and results, because if one consciousness is affecting space-matter continuum, and that affects other neuronal fields, so it goes in both directions. The consciousness of one individual affects the space-matter continuum, changes the informational structure of it, and that other neuronal fields, other brains or whatever, are plugged into that. And then he adds in physical forces, which means everything, all sentience and all physical reality. So in short, Grinberg's syntergic theory considers experience as the interaction between the neuronal field and the energetic or syntergic organization of space. And this is really, it comes up with the stunning implication is that consciousness is intimately connected with the most fundamental aspects of space-time. But remember, it is not going in the direction where space-time is coming out of consciousness. Its consciousness is something else that's sort of produced by the physical structure of the whole brain, and then it's affecting space-time. So it's a very different way of thinking, but in doing so, it's very expansive. So I would say that Grinberg is introducing what I would call a really radical physicalism to generate what others would call, would have as non-physical or spiritual aims through a different realm, a non-physical realm, that Grinberg is seeing how this can work in the purely physical world, but doing it in this radically physicalistic interactional way from neuronal fields, brain as a whole, affecting the consciousness, and that it distorts space-time and space-matter continuum and changes the information structure. Others can pick that up, changes the effect on physical forces. I mean, it's a massive integration of consciousness in the structure of reality. Now, others have suggested similar kinds of things, but Grinberg certainly was very early. I'm there are many, many things on consciousness that I don't know, even though I spent, a year and a half writing this paper. And since I wrote it, I've gotten well over 150 new theories that people send me. I can't tell you, I'm sorry I left any of them out, but several are create some interesting ideas. So Grinberg was certainly early in this radical thinking. He was highly specific, and I would say he was very brave. None of that makes him correct, of course, but what he does is open a space for others to follow. Thanks again, Alex.
Wonderful, Robert. Thank you so much. Once again, displaying your intellectual humility and also the much needed pluralism in the current time. So thank you so much. All right. Next, we have Amit Goswami, and he couldn't be with us today, but he recorded a video. It's really late for him being in India. Amit is the head of the Center for Quantum Activism, and he's an early theoretician of consciousness, of course, with, I would say, an idealist bent. And he co-authored the landmark paper that Grinberg has, his 1994 paper on the EPR paradox now rather than fundamental particles between brains. And so I'll now share screen and we'll play his brief video to all of you. All right. Second. And again, let me know or complain if you cannot see or hear.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this conference commemorating Jacobo Grinberg and his work. I knew Jacobo in the last several years of his life. I met him in 1992. My book, The Self-Aware Universe, was about to be published, and I had published a paper about.
Let me see if I do this right, because some people are saying you don't see the video, so I'll try again. Give me a second. All right. It's because we're live. I think it's here. Okay, I think that will work. Yeah, I think now you should see the video. Sorry about that.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this conference commemorating Jacobo Grinberg and his work. I knew Jacobo in the last several years of his life. I met him in 1992. My book, The Self-Aware Universe, was about to be published, and I had published a paper about my work, integrating science and spirituality and how consciousness identifies with the brain in a paper in a journal. And Jacobo must have noticed this because I got a call from him inviting me to come to University of Mexico. He said, we are doing an experiment and you would love to see this experiment because it seems to support your ideas. So of course I went. And indeed, this was the famous experiment on transfer potential that will forever put Jacobo's name in the list of major discoveries in the field of consciousness research. So let me tell you about the experiment and how we interpreted it, I together with Jacobo. The experiment is about two people meditating together with the intention that they will be communicating directly. This is an idea called non-locality, which Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen, three very prominent scientists, proposed back in 1935. And it took about 5 decades to verify the theory, but nevertheless, in 1982, Alan Aspect and his collaborators at the University of Paris verified the idea. Famous Aspect's experiment, for which Aspect got the Nobel Prize in 2022. Took a long time for the recognition of his work, but it has been recognized. And what Jacobo wanted to do is the human equivalent of Aspect's experiments. He wanted to show that human brains also have that quality of non-local communication, communication without signal, which he called direct communication. So two people intend, meditate with the intention of having that direct communication between them, and then they're separated, put in what is called Faraday cages. These are electromagnetically impervious chambers. No electromagnetic field can connect these two people. They are still meditating. Initially, they meditate for 20 minutes, and even after their separation, they continue to meditate for the duration of the entire experiment. The experiment itself consists of wiring these two people's brains with individual electroencephalogram machines, which will measure the average brain potential. In the experiment, one of the subjects is shown a series of light flashes, which will excite the occipital lobe, and that person's EEG connected to that person's brain obviously will detect a potential, which is called an evoked potential, potential evoked by the series of flashes. The other person does not see any light flashes. But of course, his EEG recorded by the EEG machine connected to his brain is also measured. And amazingly, the two potentials, the evoked potential and the potential of the second observer, seems to be very close in both strength and phase. Quantum physics is very strong in phase. Whenever there is some phase coherence, we detect that there is quantum movement. And here, phase coherence in between the brain waves of two separate observers at a distance, sitting with no electromagnetic and presumably other ways of communicating as well. How is electrical potential being transferred from one brain to the other? No answer can be given on any material scientific basis. However, since my theory was based on quantum measurement, which introduced consciousness in the process, which maintain that consciousness collapses the quantum possibility into actuality so that we can have an experience. So both of the observer's experience is mediated by consciousness, in other words. The non-locality that Einstein, Podolsky, and Rosen proposed back in 1935 was a non-locality because consciousness enters and mediates the interaction between objects of possibility in quantum physics. And this idea of transfer potential from one observer to another, one human observer to another, then suggests that human beings have consciousness and it is non-local. It is basically one consciousness for all, as my theory suggested. And spiritual traditions all over the world, shamanic tradition as well, that is very well known in Mexico as well, proposes. So this was a tremendous achievement. I remember after a few days of talking and writing the paper, when we finished the paper that was published later, took about a year to publish it. It was published in 1994 in Physics Essays. I remember the exuberance that we felt, both Jacobo and I. He took me to his hiding place in the forest, literally, beautiful place. And I remember sitting with him and just simply, we are both in euphoria. And when I said to Jacobo with great emotion that, you know, we are really discovering literally the scientific existence of God, nothing less. Jacobo looked at me with similar exuberance and smiled. We both knew that we are speaking the truth. This work proves also the power of intention, which subsequently has been a very important aspect of quantum collapse and how it manifests things of our life in a movie called The Secret, in a book by the same name, and of course, I have clarified how the science of manifestation works. It's not for lower needs, survival needs of ourselves, like it was initially thought. It's no good for manifesting a car or a book or wealth for that matter. If you do it the Newtonian way, then you have to compete like anybody else with others. But if you want to manifest spirituality in yourself, if you want to manifest spiritual power of moral authority, which also known to have the ability of moving mountains. That's the ability that quantum physics and its idea that it's all choice of oneness consciousness enables you to do. Spiritual power. So Jacobo's experiment was instrumental, how to harness spiritual power, because he gave us the basic idea. People have to meditate with the intention of being one. Does this work? Since then, I have worked with many people. We now have an entire university program which gives master's and PhD on quantum science of health, prosperity, and happiness, where we every day teach our students how to manifest using that basic power of intention. We have found the entire formula of the science of manifestation of higher needs, higher desires that require spiritual power. Spiritual power is the place where we become one with the shamanic tradition, one with the spiritual tradition. They are all talking about the glory of spiritual power. So what else? Jacobo and I collaborated subsequently. He came to India. The plan was to expand the transfer potential work to a distance of 12,000 miles so that we really make it at a distance, action at a distance. But unfortunately, Jacobo disappeared before that experiment could be completed. The planning was there, but it never went beyond the planning. But in the meantime, from 1992 to 1995, Jacobo and I worked together by distance, and we produced another paper which was published fairly recently because after Jacobo disappeared, I just didn't feel like working on it or publishing it. But this work was featured in my book with Valentina Onisor, Quantum Brain. In that book, we proposed that there is in between the ego and the tangled hierarchical quantum self, our present-centered transpersonal self, there is a domain of consciousness that we can call pre-conscious, where some editing of our conscious experience takes place. And this pre-conscious, Jacobo was strongly in favor of it because his idea of how the brain works was indeed that the stimulus comes in and then it's processed by lots of intermediate apparatuses, which we now recognize as the apparatus of perception and memory. And then only the choice takes place and conscious experience takes place. This is contrary to the computer model of consciousness, where the stimulus comes in, is processed by the CPU of the computer, central processing unit, and then other parts of the brain processes the stimulus. Currently, experimentally, this latter materialist model, computer model, has been completely discarded because experiments are showing that indeed other apparatuses of the brain first processes the incoming stimuli before we experience it. So in this way, the idea of pre-conscious that Jacobo and I proposed is being supported. Also, it's supported by experiments by Benjamin Libet, the famous neuroscientist. So in this way, what I'm trying to say to you is that Jacobo Grinberg made very important contributions to neuroscience. And of course, although he has disappeared from the scientific scene, but he will forever be remembered for his work on transfer potential and also the idea of pre-conscious, because this pre-conscious is our key to accessing spiritual power. This pre-conscious is what we use meditation for. Meditation takes us from the ego into an expanded consciousness, this pre-conscious. And in this pre-conscious, all kinds of things like creativity, shamanic power, all those things, telepathy, telepathic power, all those signs of spiritual power, empathy, all that ability enters in that domain of consciousness that all humans have. Only thing is that we have to meditate, we have to be creative to awaken this power within us. I will never forget the impact of Jacobo Grinberg in my entire life. I loved him dearly, and I hope you all will forever keep his memory alive. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Amit. We send you a hug from here. And also to Valentina, thank you for arranging the recording. Before I move on to our next speaker, let me copy here in the chat again the link to Amit's center. And also I'll copy now the paper, the famous 1994 paper, which you can download here. All right. Very good. Okay, next we have Richard Silberstein. I'll go and feed you now in a moment. So Richard is professor of neuroscience at the Brain Science Institute of Sinborn University, where he was founding director. And Richard is one of those few, but they exist, active neuroscientists who have a long, robust career, but who also, and maybe I should not say but, and who also are diving into truly anomalous ideas and testing them experimentally. And very recently, this very year, he published a paper on anomalous interactions between isolated twins, which of course reminds us very much about what we just heard from Amit. And I've had the opportunity to interact with Richard, and I'm very happy that he also agreed to be with us today. So now I'm looking for you. Here you are. All right, 1 second. Oh, you're up there? Yes, okay. So I'll spotlight you. Hello, Richard.
Hello, Alex.
Thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
Alex, thank you very much for inviting me. I think the main reason Alex invited me was that my current research interest is actually being strongly influenced by Jacobo. And what Alex hadn't realized was that I had met Jacobo some 33 years ago. In fact, I first met him at the 1991 Brain Topography Conference in Toronto. And obviously 33 years ago, I don't recall the exact conversation, but I do still recall being absolutely fascinated by his description of his work concerning the transfer potential. And I thought it just sounded absolutely fascinating. And I was determined to conduct some research in that direction. Well, that was 33 years ago. And the fact of the matter is that my university appointment made it rather difficult to get funds to do that sort of research. So what I did was to stick with safe neuroscience subjects, mainly EEG signal processing, data analysis, and also developing what I think is a new approach to neuroimaging, which is what's called an evoked potential methodology, and where I looked at, as I said, safe subjects like attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, the behavior of a particular network within the brain known as the default mode network, and also more recently, the neuroscience correlates, the neurocorrelates of creativity. So those are what I mainly published on. But since then, having left the university and having access to resources to enable me to pursue this research, over the last 3 years, I've been able to, in fact, conduct research, which has been essentially inspired by Jacobo's work. And what we did was to, first of all, work with identical twins, monozygotic twins, because the literature suggests that these sorts of anomalous interactions, correlations, where one twin claims to have experienced something that was happening to another twin, you see it in the literature, and you also see some interesting reports on that. So I thought monozygotic identical twins would increase the chances of an effect being there. I had my fingers crossed. To cut a long story short, we did a pilot study, and that turned out to be yield positive findings. And we published those in Frontiers in Human Neuroscience in this year. What I'm really delighted about is that we're now following up with essentially a follow-up study, which aims partly at replication, but in fact goes beyond it. It enables us to, in fact, conduct this sort of research by also having the twins widely separated. Essentially, the study itself is strongly influenced by Jacobo's original design. That is to say, the twins are sensorily isolated. They're separated, in this particular case, by about approximately 8 to 10 meters behind two walls, closed doors, etc. One twin, which I'll just call the sender, but I'm not saying something goes from one brain to another brain. I'm just using that term for convenience. The so-called sender sees a series of images coming up at random times in a random order. And these images are either images that we selected of just scenery, or the other half are images that the people selected as of personal, emotional relevance to them. So when the images come up, the order in which they come up is completely random, determined by a quantum random number generator. What we're looking at is sure, the brain activity, but not just activity, not just EEG. What we're looking at is the connectivity between different brain networks during these sorts of tasks. So, as you would expect, we see changes in brain connectivity in the sender. You'd expect that because they're viewing the images. What we also do is we synchronize the analysis for the receiver twin so that what we look for is changes in connectivity in the receiver that are correlated or synchronized with the timing that the sender sees in the other room completely separately. And what we find is not every set of twins shows this effect, but enough of them do, and we can ascertain the strength of this effect, the precise probability using something known as the permutation test, etc., to determine, is this real, is this a fluke, etc. And we're following this up now. Now, when we got the pilot studies, I was very excited, but I felt I didn't really believe my own work until it had been replicated. The early studies that we're doing now on the replication suggest that it may well replicate, but I will really only 110% believe my findings when an independent set of researchers replicates it. But at this stage, I'm hovering around 98 to 99.5%, but I'll still reserve that. So I believe what we are seeing is an effect. It's essentially a correlation between brain activity. I'm not suggesting some physical process emanates from one brain and influences the other. I think these operate on a different, and I'd have to say, non-physical level. And what we're looking at are the brain activity, connectivity correlates of those changes. I don't believe that these effects are restricted to monozygotic twins. In fact, I think they're strongest with any pair of individuals or individuals who share a strong emotional bond or a personal bond. What is interesting is that Jacobo's early suggestions about synchronization and empathic interaction is actually being confirmed by other work, not my work, not work in my lab, in an area known as hyperscanning, where in this case, various aspects of brain activity, EEG in particular, are examined as people are engaged in social interaction. So this is part of sort of social neuroscience, etc. And what has been found is that people who are empathically involved show much greater, in fact, strong synchrony at a number of EEG frequencies, up to gamma frequency, which is actually amazing considering that these frequencies are very high, up 40 hertz to 80 hertz, and yet they seem to be synchronized with zero phase difference between two brains when they are empathically interacting. As I said, that aspect is not my work, but it's actually consistent with Jacobo's suggestions as well about empathic interaction. I might add that effect is also seen in animals, where there was a fascinating study in 2021 where using optogenetics to stimulate the frontal cortex of rats separately, what they found was that when the frequencies of the stimulation was the same, exactly the same, zero phase difference, the rats in fact tended to be more friendly to each other rather than fight each other. Now, I've strayed a little bit from my own particular work, but I just wanted to point that out because it was something that Jacobo, in fact, mentioned early on. So I think that what we're looking at has significant implications, and I think it's consistent with aspects of Jacobo's work, which is, I think what this work is suggesting is that, in fact, it points to what I'd call vaguely a field of consciousness, something that we're all a part of. It's certainly consistent with that. It doesn't prove it, but it's certainly consistent with that. And so I and other scientists that have been influenced by Jacobo's work all share, I believe, an enormous debt of gratitude for his pioneering work. And I think it's really only just beginning. So Alex, thank you so much for organizing this event. I think it's a very fitting event to celebrate his enormous contribution. Thank you again. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you so much, Richard, for participating and putting us up to date. I loved how you put it, because you wanted to replicate, and these things are somewhat unbelievable. And yet, if they appear again in our data and we tighten up our controls and they still appear, well, I think we need to start believing them. Wonderful. All right. Our next guest is Manuel de la Flor. Manuel is, well, Manuel is a friend. Manuel, I don't know why I said it in Catalan, Manuel was an actual colleague of Jacobo. These things are very moving. I remember when I was trying to contact with the Grinberg community, if it existed. I'll say more about this later, but you know, the feeling that I'm talking to someone who spent time in the lab with Jacobo, has gone to dinners with Jacobo and meeting other great scientists, has published with Jacobo, has published a co-author in the 1994 paper. It's really a blast. Manuel is a philosopher of science, an epistemologist. He has his own view, which I think he'll present. It's called model-dependent ontology, and he's also the director of the Metacognition Institute. Manuel, estoy muy feliz de que estés con nosotros, and the floor is yours.
Alex, muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Alex. I feel honored by your words and also by the possibility of being here. I have been delighted hearing all of you talking, and well, it has been wonderful to hear Estusa too, that is always present and always like, I don't know, I think I want to say that I share with her the amazing feeling of looking all of this. We are right now 110 people here, and it's not just the ones that we are here, it's many other people who is interested in the work of Jacobo, who I met so many years ago. I would like to start my presentation about the thing that joined me, that made me work with Jacobo, and the reason we met. We were both interested in one particular question, and every time I get interviewed or every time I write about it, I always make an emphasis on this, because there are many views about Jacobo around so many things that I won't even mention, obviously. But for me, the core of what he wanted, and the reason I came up to him and we worked together, is because we both wanted to answer the question about the creation of experience, which I believe is the most fundamental question of all of them. And Jacobo shared that, obviously. I read a lot when I was younger, and I found his book in the library, and I couldn't stop reading because I was amazed about how someone could be so advanced in relation to anything else that I have read, but also like in tune with my own expectations, with my own intuitions. And so, well, I reached out, and I won't go into details, but I finally, this is an era before the internet and before all the tools that we now have to maybe reach people who is not neuros. But I managed to find him through one of his brothers, and then I went to speak to him. And we immediately connect. And I think one of the reasons we connected so profoundly is because we share this question, we share this curiosity about understanding what is creation, the creation of experience, what consciousness is. That is something that we have talked about during this presentation. So I think the most fundamental question is regarding experience is, how does it come? From where it is coming? Before answering what it is, we need to maybe think where is it coming from? I mean, what are the things that need to happen in order for consciousness or experience to appear? That's a fundamental question, because in the end, if we think about it, I mean, yes, we talk about the universe, the material universe or physical reality, and we talk about many things, but we talk about all of those things from within our experience. So experience fundamental. I cannot even, I mean, yes, there are reasons in the mechanicist, materialistic worldview that led to believe that, yes, there is a physical universe. I won't go into details here, but what astonishes me is the fact that we all, right now, are experiencing it, our experience. And we do not know, we do not understand how profoundly immersed we are into the very fabric of the universe. And this is something that amazes me all the time. We believe we are these small little creatures in a vast universe when actually we are at the core of it. We are immersed, so immersed into it that, and so profoundly connected to everything that I cannot understand how people is not amazed every day, every time we open our eyes. And so, well, I don't want to go too far away into all of this, but I hope I can transmit my enthusiasm about this and how happy I was with Jacobo. And we become friends and we become inseparable for many years. I was the only one working with him before his students started to come, and then we had a very nice community there. But for some time, it was just both of us, and we used to discuss all the time and talk all the time. And as Alex said, I mean, Amit Goswami is an example. We talk to many people, physicists, philosophers, neuropsychologists, many people who was interested in the field or that has no relation, at least not to brain science, but were interested in consciousness and all of these wonderful topics. I think one of the most important things in that sense is that Jacobo was not limited to being a neuroscientist. He was not like I think Robert said that in the old school, you used to think in brain as a compartmental. You have these neurons that do this function, and then these other that do this other function, etc. But Jacobo was not just content doing that. He wanted to, because of the question was important, so important. So we went into all sorts of things like physics. And that's how Amit came into it. It was not just him, we were other physicists. And because it's something that is so fundamental that it needs to be something that it transcends somehow what we think we know about how the brain works and how we interact with what we think is the world. And how all of these could be mixed together. And another important thing is that he was in love, as I was, I'm still am, with ancient traditions that are not in the Western world, or in the Western view of the universe. So we were studying Taoism and Buddhism and different traditions like Zen, because we were marveled about the possibility of waking up. You know, Buddha is not a deity in the traditional sense. It's not a god. Buddha is an awakened man, someone who is awake, and that metaphor is so powerful and so transcendental in the way of it make us feel connected. So Zen, for example, and all sorts of meditations, he invented his own meditation, obviously. In order for doing that, connect directly to the source, connect directly to what we are at the most, at our most inner or intimate, the most intimate sense possible. Then, talking about this fabric of reality, he was obviously, as Robert said, a physicalist in the sense that he used to talk about the brain and then how the brain interacts with the matrix of the lattice of the space-time, and how is that interaction what we see, not the world. So it's kind of a physical version that is not just physical, but transcendental physicality, so to speak. Difficult to put into words. It's better for all of you are interested to go and see his work, read his work, because that's really important. But well, yes, he talked about, and before me, obviously, he made many experiments about, I don't know, for example, the amount of time that takes the brain to process a signal, or the amount of time that the brain takes to compile or to render what we see based on several different inputs like auditory processing or chemical processing or visual processing, and how all of that created sort of, well, consciousness as we know it. So it's taking us back to the question. There are many ways of talking about all these things. Yes, one is the traditional, in the sense of being traditional for the last century or so, the physicalist option about the material world and the brain and how the brain somehow produces consciousness. But there are other ways of thinking about it. For example, thinking in the brain as a receptacle or an antenna that captures the primordial consciousness that is already there, and it's just a way of focusing that consciousness. Jacobo obviously developed his own very advanced at the time, and that is still, I think, revolutionary. One of the things that, yes, Alex and I talked a lot, especially when we met, is about this, his theory. In fact, we still want to work at some point, something that we need to do, experiment around the theory, because I believe the theory, after he went away, after he went away, well, nobody continued to do it. I guess many of the people who was with him at the time, we have all sort of keep working. But with Alex, I think the possibility of coming back to the lab and do this about the synthetic theory in particular. Because yes, the idea, I think, is revolutionary, as Robert rightfully say, about how is it possible that a neuronal field, a field composed by the activity of the whole brain, interact with something else, that is the matrix, if you want to say it that way, or the lattice, as Jacobo used to say it. And the fact that we are seeing that interaction, and that interaction appears as the world, is still revolutionary in many ways. Now, after Jacobo went away, I obviously dedicated myself to many other things, but I never released the question of my mind. The question has persisted in me. I believe we needed change in the way that we talk about consciousness. I believe that what we call consciousness, and I say, quote, resist a proper definition because it's the precondition to the act of definition itself. So it's like, I don't know, a hand trying to hold itself or an eye trying to look at itself. It's somehow contradictory to think that we can even conceive a way to properly define such a thing. And so I believe that in the 21st century, what we need to do is redefine everything, not just what we believe we think, no, what we think we know, and the basis of what we think we know, like physical reality, like consciousness as a byproduct of the brain, or the fact that we don't have an operative definition, a proper definition of consciousness. So I think that we urgently need to re-evaluate everything we think we understand, not just about a particular field or two, but about everything. But that means that we need a lot more interdisciplinary approaches, like we did at the time with Jacobo. It's not just if you are doing neuroscience, it's not just that. Or if you're doing physics, it's not just that. It's talking to other fields and try to make something way more powerful. And we are entering an era where now we have these powerful algorithms that we call artificial intelligence. So we are in the verge of something that we cannot yet anticipate, and I'm very happy to live in this era. And I'm sure Jacobo will enjoy a lot being here, and still we will be talking about all of these things because what else is there that matters that much as this, right? Lastly, lately, well, I just want to say, close this participation about talking about a little bit about model-dependent ontology. I think that all we have are models. Models map theories designed to make or try to make sense about what we see, about our experience. Because that's all we have. We don't have knowledge. We have maps. We don't have certainties. We have more or less useful beliefs. And I think that the world is the result of that process and is so part of the process itself. I see the world, this, as a map, as a construction. It's not something out there that we see, that we perceive. It is, I think there's no separation between a self and its surroundings. I think that what we see is it, as I said from the beginning. It's all interconnected and we are immersed in the substance. It's just, I remember this, that is a phrase from Alan Watts that I just loved. We are immersed in the substance. That's, I think, a powerful way of saying it. And so everything is relational, and what we call reality and what we call consciousness. In this new era, I think we need to re-evaluate it in order to advance and stop being stuck in the 20th century way of thinking. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. In a way, I feel it's my duty to say that if Jacobo was here, he will be amazed about all the interest as well, and that he will be grateful of all of you as I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manuel, so much for bringing those deep reflections and also those memories to us from firsthand. Thank you so much. All right. So next we have Jeffrey Mishlove. Jeff is a psychologist, a radio and TV interviewer. He's also an author, and he's the only person who holds a degree in parapsychology that's officially accredited by an American university. I hope I said that right. Jeff is also the host of Thinking Aloud and New Thinking Aloud, which is really to me, it's the kind of the grand hyperlink to all heterodox approaches to consciousness. One could spend a lifetime, I believe, just going over those many interviews he's had with legendary figures and perpetually surprise oneself as to how much we still need to know and how much people do know, but maybe they're not too often in the news. So I'm very grateful for his decade-long work, and I'm very grateful as well that he agreed to be with us today. And with Jeff, actually, I had one of the few conversations explicitly about Jacobo in English, because I always felt, as I said at the beginning, that we need to let the Anglo-American speaking world that there was such a figure, and probably they don't know. And so thank you also, Jeff, for opening the doors of New Thinking Aloud for me to do that. All right, the floor is yours. And you're muted now? Yeah.
There we go. Thank you, Alex. It's a pleasure to be with you. I have a few slides, so I'm going to share my screen. And I also want people to know that I just posted in the chat the link to the video that we did with you. And I'm going to share my screen now. And let's see. Whoop, I don't want that slide, though. There. This is the thumbnail for the video with Alex. It's titled "The Brain and the Universe: The Jacobo Grinberg Story," and you'll find the link in the chat. Now, is it going to let me advance? Yeah. So largely what I'm doing these days is video production, and it just so happens that within recent months, I conducted an interview on the Mexican healer, Pachita, who worked with Jacobo. In fact, as Alex explains it in the interview we did together, Jacobo and Pachita developed a very close relationship in which something like a master-disciple relationship. She was a miracle healer, a profound shaman, and Jacobo was learning from her how to perform some of these miraculous healings. That's my understanding. Now, Heidi Yerke wrote the book, The Making of a Psychic, and it describes her travels to Mexico back in the 1970s with Andrea Puharich, who was her mentor, who was also a colleague of Jacobo. And she personally witnessed some of the healings that took place with Pachita. She met Jacobo at that time. And I mentioned she worked very closely with Andrea Puharich, who is a legendary figure himself in the world of parapsychology. He's the author of Beyond Telepathy and many other books. And here is a photo of Puharich together with Pachita. And Puharich also had a relationship with Pachita, maybe not as strong, I think, as Jacobo did, but it was a very solid relationship, so much so that she allowed him to come and film her and make recordings, which was unusual for her, in my understanding. Of course, Jacobo wrote a book about Pachita. It's now available in English. That's the book cover you see on the left. And a fellow, I don't know, maybe he's here in this group, Martinez, wrote a book about Jacobo's relationship with Pachita. The subtitle is The Hidden Truth of Pachita. The title, Jacobo Grinberg, Between Science and Shamanism. Now, the healing in particular that Heidi Yerke observed was with this woman, Carla Ruckert, who was a well-known channeler. Many of you are probably familiar with the Ra channeling. There are probably more than a dozen books, and Carla was the main, but not the only person, to my understanding, who channeled Ra, who was purportedly an entity associated with UFOs and also associated with the ancient Egyptian deity Ra, which was something, for those of you who are familiar with the work of Andrea Puharich, you would understand why it would be natural for a person like Carla to have a close relationship with Andrea, and she did. And he brought her to Mexico because she was suffering from a very severe kidney disease. In fact, my understanding is that one of her kidneys had failed completely, and the other kidney was on the verge of failing. So she was very ill. She came to Mexico. She met with Pachita, and Pachita told her, you need a new kidney, so we're going to have to get one from a cadaver. And they arranged to do that. How they arranged to do it is not clear to me, but I'm told that it was all above board, and in Mexico City, these things were possible. And Puharich, in his own journals and writings, describes what happened. Pachita has the kidney, which has now been acquired by some of her staff members. Apparently, she ran an orphanage, and members of the orphanage assisted her. Somehow they managed to acquire this kidney. And Puharich describes how she sliced the kidney in half. And she gave Puharich both halves to hold in his hands. And then she took a rusty knife that she had, very much like another healer, Rigaud in Brazil, known as the surgeon with the rusty knife. She also operated in that fashion. She made 2 slits in Carla Ruckert's back, and Puharich describes how, as he is holding these 2 kidney halves in his hands, it was as if they got sucked out of his hands into the 2 slits made in Carla Ruckert's back. And then the wounds more or less closed up. Pachita wraps the wounds in gauze and tells Carla to keep the gauze on for at least 5 days. Afterwards, when the gauze is removed, there are 2 thin marks on her back where the cuts were made and where the 2 kidney halves apparently entered into her body. And Heidi described to me discussing all of this with Carla right afterwards, and then meeting Carla again some 20 years later in the 1990s. Carla is now deceased, incidentally, but in the 1990s, she was totally healthy, and she described to Heidi how her own doctors, who had been working with her in, I think, Louisville, Kentucky is where she was from, were amazed that this ill woman now seemed to have 2 perfectly functioning kidneys, and that continued to function until, I believe, she died in 2015. So she remained healthy for a very, very long time after that. As a parapsychologist, obviously, this is of great interest. And Jacobo was one of the pioneers in looking at phenomena that are so extraordinary, so bizarre, so much beyond the boggle threshold of most people that it's almost impossible in any mainstream institution to study these things. But people like Puharich and Grinberg did exactly that. Now, I want to show you this picture briefly because Manuel, I can't tell for sure, but I see the first letters of the name of the person sitting on the far right of this picture. It looks like a DE, and I just wonder if that's you. And I also, Heidi found this picture. It comes from a documentary made about Grinberg, and it's Puharich sitting on the far end of the table. She identified Puharich there. I'm not sure who the other figures are, but it sure looks like John Lilly next to Puharich, and I suspect, but I could be wrong, the person between Grinberg and John Lilly is another well-known neuroscientist. I think it's Jose Delgado, who achieved fame for implanting electrodes in a bull and showing that he could control the bull. by manipulating electrical signals in the brain. I'm told that by my friend Lance Munguia, who worked on a video documentary about Puharich, that he met Delgado in Spain. So I suspect they were all connected. And really, that's my presentation. So I'll stop sharing here, and happy to be here with you, happy to participate in this event. Alex, thank you for putting it together.
Wonderful, Jeff. Wow, these pictures are gold. And you're walking us through all these interconnected stories. It's amazing. It's really amazing, beyond belief. Thank you, Jeff, again. All right, now we're gonna have one more presentation, and then we'll take a break. We've been going on for almost 2 hours. Yeah, time flies. So our next guests are Jordi Imbert and Tania Gorreta. They are two Catalan trainers, coaches, heads of the Institute for Intuitive Vision. They're also authors. I'll post a link to their institute and also to a recent book they published. I was honored to write the prologue for them. And I owe a lot to these two brave people, because when I was studying Jacobo's theory, because I'm a theoretician, I started following the empirical threads, that the many empirical avenues that Jacobo had pursued. And there was one, which was extraocular vision. So there I am early in the morning as I get up to work on these things. And I'm typing extraocular vision, hoping to find some papers or some information. And it turns out that there is an extraocular vision workshop happening very close to where I live in 2 days' time. And so I continued that thread, and I met the people there, and I asked them, who in Spain is really doing this? And the lady said, you need to talk to Jordi and Tania. And so I wrote to them, and basically, I'm working on this, but basically they're my dealers. If I have questions about like the real empirical work in the wild, you could say, in the real world, they are the people. And they also introduced me to our lovely friend who's blind and can see. And I've read their books, and I'm just thrilled that they're here with us today to share what they are doing. So now I'll add you here with us. Yes, welcome. The floor is yours, Jordi, Tania.
Hello. Well, first of all, a huge thank you, Alex, for the invitation and for this presentation. So, as you said, we started some years ago working with extraocular vision. Then we started to work with other abilities like remote viewing, telepathy, and at the first moment when somebody told me about the extraocular vision, for me was almost something impossible. I was really skeptic at the first moment. So I start to work with young people and some adults also. And for those who doesn't know nothing about the extraocular vision is the ability to see without eyes, is the ability to see with a blindfold, with a mask that cover completely the eyes. And at the beginning, I didn't found information about this ability, and I started to do my own experiments in a playful context, not in a laboratory context. Of course, I am not a scientist, but I was really skeptic. And I put some kind of a scuba diving mask to my students to be sure that there wasn't any spot or any hole from where they can see with their eyes. And after see that that was possible, we start deep research. And one of the first persons that we found in this research, of course, was Jacobo Grinberg. Not the only one, there was another, but Jacobo Grinberg, of course, was the main figure in extraocular vision field for two reasons, because he had already done rigorous experiments in laboratory context, and also because he has a theory that could explain this ability and the other abilities that we will talk later. So it was a big treasure find his works, especially the first work that I read. It was Extraocular Vision document from 1983. I don't know, Alex, if you can share the link that I have sent you.
Yeah, it's there.
In that document, we can see the first experiments of Jacobo Grinberg with 19 young people, 11 girls, 8 boys, and how he start to be sure that the ability exists. Starting for being sure that the blindfold was a good mask, sometimes putting
like an
adhesive tape in the eyes, working also in the darkness. Some kids in the darkness with the blindfold was able to see everything around them. Mm, and the witness without the blindfold was unable to see nothing. So with this kind of experiments, first of all, Jacobo Grinberg was sure that this ability exists, but then we found the synergic theory that Robert and Manuel has already talked. I wanted to explain a little bit about this theory, but it's really complicated, and I am really happy that somebody has explained it before. And this theory explains also not just extraocular vision, could explain also remote viewing. Some years ago, we started to work also with our participants. And for example, one of the activities that we used to do with every coach and every participant is choose some picture, keep this picture inside the computer. Nobody knows what is this picture because sometimes I choose this picture for a Tanya participant, and the participants has to describe this picture, and it's surprising the ability that everybody in few steps can start to perceive sensorial information about these hidden pictures. So for me, it's something that uh, demonstrate that the theory of Jacobo Grinberg it's good because well, he talks about this lattice, this quantic field of information, and through our neural brain we can start to decode this information of this quantic field. And well, from the institute that we created, we also are investigating with 3 lines. We are working in a free program with blind people. That program is run.
Yeah, we've been working with blind people for a few years, and the results are amazing because there are people like blind people with previous vision or even without previous vision that are perceiving their environment and even walking or reading, even I don't know, riding a horse, doing like normal activities with the visual perception that it's not like really visual because it's not by the eyes. It's something that passed through our sense, but its origin it's a little bit wider, and it's amazing to see the results and also the behavior of these people, these blind people, because blind people tend to be more dependent, and when they are like able to perceive all the information that surrounds them, they start to empower themselves, and the change is awesome. It's very awesome. And we are working like individual, but also in groups of blind people. And I think in the past 2 weeks, you have some experience that it's really amazing.
Yeah, until 2 weeks ago, we always thought that we know it, that blind people can see, but we never get it, that experience with somebody that was born blind. And 2 weeks ago, we were in Argentina doing a training coach, and in that training participate a girl, 17 years old. She was blind from all her life, and she was in just one practice she was able to see colors. I don't know if the word is see, but she describes every single color, that it's yellow, that it's green, that it's blue. And also the more surprising for me was that and in some point he started to read, uh, because many years ago her parents teach her the letters with the reliefs. And now with any relief, any kind of relief, after meditation, she was able to say, okay, here is an R, here is an A, here is a S. And that was really surprising for me. And well, from the institute, we have also different lines. We are trying to bring all these kind of experiences to education system. And also we are working with scientists like Alex Gomez-Marin. We are really happy that they are scientists interested in that field, because it's really surprising. There is a universe for discover. I think that in this universe, everything is balanced, and Jacobo Grinberg had this balance. There is a sentence that everybody says that for the shaman, Jacobo Grinberg was a scientist, and for the scientist, Jacobo Grinberg was a shaman. Well, I think that in this balance, we can discover many, many, many things. If we fell in some one of these extremes, maybe we lost the path. And so for me, Jacobo Grinberg, it's inspiring for that reason. So he taught it that we are limitless, and it's time not only to replicate what he achieved, uh, but to take it many steps further. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And yeah, we will see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Gracias, Jordi. Gracias, Tania. So fantastics. All right. Beautiful. Okay. So we're going to have a break now, and we're going to come back in 25 minutes. So o'clock, and the hour changes depending where you live. And then we'll continue with, approximately, I think, for another 2 good hours, because there are at least seven guests coming. Let me mention that Ida Cuellar, the director and co-producer of The Secret of Dr. Grinberg, will not be able to join us, but I'll post here now the link to the documentary, which has been translated in English recently. And so he won't be with us today. He sends his regards, and we'll continue in 20 minutes now with many more. See you soon. Okay, before introducing our next guest, one remark. So this is not, as I said, this is not a conference, and this is not only about scientists talking about Jacobo as a scientist. As you've seen, we've had philosophers too so far, and we'll have in what follows scientists again, but also artists, podcasters, people from the publishing business, and I would even say mystics. And that's because we're trying to reflect here the very multifaceted nature of Jacobo's mind as a scientist, which involved, well, many, many domains. So that's one thing. And the other thing I want to say before starting now is I wanted to thank Francisco Javier Gomez-Mont, because in this journey that I made into getting to know the Grinberg community, especially in Mexico, well, he was the one who opened me the doors to many, many fascinating people, some of whom are talking today. And so it's because of him that this portal was open for me to get to know some of you. So thank you. Sam, thank you for that. Okay, our next guest is Francisco Javier Alvarez Liefmans, and he's a professor at Wright State Bosthoff School of Medicine. Francisco Javier is a very knowledgeable of Jacobo's work. He's also a very solid orthodox scientist and very open-minded, which is, I believe it's really the perfect combination: rigor but open-mindedness that do not inhibit each other but actually catalyze each other. And also Francisco was well acquainted with Jacobo. They spent time together, and so it's really important for me that in this event there are people who actually met the man whose legacy we're honoring, and so we're very happy, Francisco, that you're with us today. All right, so I'll add you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alex. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, and congratulations for this so far very exciting and stimulating conversation. And I am, as many of you know, Jacobo Grinberg was born in December 1946, actually the 12th of December of 1946, and he disappeared on the 8th of December of 1994. And I approximately 2 months before he disappeared, I saw him once more. I must tell you that I met Jacobo in the School of Medicine, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about those stories, because I believe that nobody comes from spontaneous. Nobody comes spontaneous. There's always some people behind all of us, and there were two teachers and an environment that was absolutely decisive for Jacobo and for me. We share those teachers. We even published, Jacobo and I and Roberto Prado, some work together, and it was a delight. It was one of the best times of my life to see that group growth, and it grew more and more interesting. I mean, there was a moment in which a few of us started to work with Dr. Bruce Carmona, and by the end, that was around 1967, and by 1969, 1970, 71, that we had Friday seminars in which we had the contributions of anthropologists, of psychologists, of neurophysiologists. It was very, very exciting. And so approximately 2 months before he disappeared, he went to visit me. At that time, I was the head of the chair of the Department of Neurobiology at the National Institute of Psychiatry. And he wanted to contact me because there was a group there, which I participated, that were very interested in consciousness. With Dr. Ramon de la Fuente, we had actually organized several meetings with the Colegio Nacional, which is the equivalent of the Collège de France about consciousness, so Jacobo knew about it, and he went and visited me and said, well, why don't we go have dinner? So we went to have dinner a couple of nights, to a Chinese restaurant that was very nearby, and that we like it. Probably, I don't remember that it was a gastronomic experience, but it was a beautiful brainstorming session. Probably we spent each night, because we had dinner 2 nights, and 4 hours. I think the restaurant was about to close, and we had to leave. That kind of thing. So, of course, we talk about consciousness, and of course, we couldn't agree, because I would consider myself falling into the category that was described the theories of consciousness by Kuhn, that we had here before, Robert. And I think yes, he was a radical physicalist. I think that's a very, very good classification of Jacobo at that time, at least. And I would consider myself a non-reductive physicalist. But anyway, it was always very exciting to discuss all this with Jacobo. So, but I want to go back to the period of time in which we arrived to this group that actually was formed around these 2 professors. One of them was Hector Bruce Carmona, and the other one, Alberto Guevara Rojas, whom we call him Master Guevara. He was our master, right? Like a Buddhist master, as a matter of fact. He was a wise man of the group. Dr. Guevara Rojas actually had been the teacher of Paul Bach-Rita, who actually pioneered sensory substitution, the concept of sensory substitution, and probably all these ideas permeated through the young Jacobo, and some of them I can see linked to his interest in extraocular vision. And he was also the teacher of Raúl Hernández Peón, who was one of the most famous neurophysiologists in Mexico, who died prematurely, and who was actually one of the, he was a neurophysiologist that was interested in the central control of afferent information. And he created this concept that then, other neurophysiologists took, for example, for sensory perception, or sensory information, the sensory inflow of information in the spinal cord, with things like presynaptic inhibition, which are phenomena that filter sensory information. So the nervous system actually kind of doesn't receive all the barrage of things that happen with the myriad sensory receptors that we have in our body. So I would, when thinking about these teachers and their influence that they had in Jacobo and I, it comes to my mind as a phrase that Ramón y Cajal said in a film that I just watched in Madrid in the Natural History Museum about 2 months ago. And he says something that is just beautiful and right on the mark. He said, the transcendental mission of an educator.
You're muted. You suddenly muted yourself. If you can just unmute and start again the quote. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know where I was muted and why, but anyway, somebody doesn't want me to talk. So what I was saying is that in that film that I saw at the Natural History Museum in Madrid, where they have put together an exhibit of Cajal while they, Ramón y Cajal, while they create a well-deserved museum for all what he did, was the following. He said the transcendental mission of an educator is to develop wings in those that have hands, and hands in those that have wings. And that is precisely what these teachers actually did on Jacobo and all of us. And I don't know if Lisette is around there. She was with us in that group. She participated very much in experiments. So what I did today, briefly, I don't want to, to abuse the microphone because there are many other participations here, which I look forward to hear. What I did was to translate to English some of the memories of Jacobo in a very little known publication, because actually it was more a document that was circulated between all of us that were at that time. And it was published here. It was the 25th year, an homage for the 25th year of Bruce Carmona. And I was fascinated reading this, as I have always been fascinated reading Jacobo, because Jacobo doesn't have only this very basic neurophysiological vision of things. He transcends those ideas, but he was also an extraordinary writer. I think he could actually be have several literature prizes only if you look at his writing. He had this fascination with language and with the precision of language. And as someone said around, he was able to put complex ideas that into a relatively, I don't know if it was a simple language, but it was a language that everyone could understood. And he had this capacity to engage also with people that he was talking with. So what I did was to translate some of these things to give you an idea of what was the environment that was perspiring at that time. So it starts like this, and I am not going to give you all the translation, but some paragraphs that I consider crucial in this. So his essay is called "The Death of Impatience," the death of impatience, or that which you resist to be is what you become. And start like that. It said, the fourth floor of the Department of Physiology corridor remained dimly illuminated. I was intrigued by the grass polygraphs, buzzing sounds, and excited by the subtle shining of the red pilot's lights, and I became lost in my fantasies. The image of that night walking through that corridor has followed me ever since, as much or more intensely than my first encounter with Dr. Hector Brust. As a student at that time, 1965, 1966, at the College of Psychology, which is now the Faculty of Psychology at the National University of Mexico, I was taking a course in neurophysiology with Dr. Agustin Caso when his resignation was announced and his successor was presented. A plump figure with a strange accent and a colossal vigor who spoke about the nervous system as if it were his lover, relishing the name of each structure, connection, and pathway, totally captivated me. Shortly after, I learned that my classmates, Roberto Prado and Rebecca Zimmerman, had felt the same way. So the three of us decided to visit Dr. Bruce, and after many unforeseen events, vacillations, and efforts, we were able to interview with him. It was a hot midday in which the sun's rays were filtering through the large windows of his lab. Next to a conditioning chamber and in front of a table with a black top, I expressed our wish to adopt him as a mentor and teacher in the name of the group in exchange for helping him with his research projects. He looked at us with his eyes shining with joy, but at the same time he expressed firmness and rigor. So every time we went to the lab, Dr. Bruce prepared a test for us. He incited us to observe the gross and subtle changes in animals with experimental brain lesions and diagnose which brain structures were lesioned, which would produce the observed changes. After some time, continues Jacobo, we realized that all of this was part of an initiation ceremony and that Dr. Bruce Carmona was testing our motivation, our capacity for observation, and our patience, following all the rituals of his teachers. Thus, for months, Roberto and I participated in the longest and most tedious experiments I can ever remember. We had to train cats in a complex conditioning paradigm to study the role of coded nucleus in learning. Those months show us that working in a lab is not very different than what one could experience in an Orthodox monastery. Indeed, the lab working environment was monastic, clean, severe, strict, and rude. Little by little, arriving on the fourth floor became a ritual itself. The same was true of the meals we shared with Dr. Guevara Rojas. He said then, if Dr. Bruce was the monastery priest, Dr. Guevara was the pious cardinal. Always lucid, whole, wise, kind, and sweet with the initiated, but harsh, rude, and violent with unwelcome visitors, politicians, and enemies of the experimental method. Dr. Guevara was the teacher of Dr. Bruce and the spiritual counselor of all of us, responsible for transforming the physiology department into a hotbed of future researchers. Dr. Guevara exerted, because this was written in 1980 when Jacobo was 34 years old. I mean, he's relating something that happened when he was 20 years old or 19 years old, 14 years after. So transforming that physiology department into a hotbed of future researchers. So Dr. Guevara exerted a subtle control on our spirit, correcting our faults, pointing out possibilities and paths, loving our achievements, our little advancements, and sudden cognitions, and our dedication to unravel the mysteries of nature. Always attentive, absolutely empathetic, and with an enviable clarity, El Maestro Guevara's always listened to us and loved with us, and Dr. Bruce was his greatest pride. So Dr. Bruce took care of Maestro Guevara like a son to his father. He did not allow him to be excessively tired, and during lunch enjoyed all his anecdotes, memories, and comments. I admired the love between two men of science and swore not to forget that example of devotion and mutual collaboration. So one of Dr. Guevara's pastimes was to listen to words and follow their meaning in a phrase, pausing to enjoy the origin of each word. This enjoyment of language revealed his love for details, no matter how small. In this respect, Bruce was at the same time his disciple and his counterpart. I remember one occasion in which I was searching for Bruce at the department without imagining that he was hiding, correcting a manuscript between mountains of books and papers. His neglect was manifest in how he dressed and in his hair. The latter was famous among his students who placed bets on the day he would lose his hair to a hairdresser. The day his majestic and leonine hair was reduced to a few straight haircuts a la brush, barely protruding from his scalp. For Hector, Bruce, dressing, haircuts, and other details of personal grooming were a waste of time. unnecessary luxuries on a road that did not allow for distractions, deviations from his true vocation. For Bruce, reality was sharply divided into two. The laboratory and associated activities were on one side, and everything else on the other. The first world was religious, whereas the other one was profane. The first was worthy, the second was barely bearable. I'm convinced that his rigorous fasting diets were a manifestation of unnecessary luxuries, a learning experience of self-control. In contrast, the master loved art as one of many manifestations of culture. Thinking retrospectively, Alberto Guevara Rojas has always been a Zen Buddhist, whereas Hector Bruce was a Christian mystic. I can tell you how important this was in Jacobo. Let me see. I don't know if you can see this. This is the creation of experience, which for me is the most outstanding book of Jacobo. I happen to have the edition of 1988 that was translated to English by Jenny Lewis. I checked the edition that was appear in Spanish, and it misses several things. One of the things that it misses, I don't know if the new edition that Estusa was talking about actually include the appendices. The appendices are very important in this book. And the other thing, intimately related to what I was saying, is the dedication of the book to two persons. I don't know if you can see it. To Estusha, and to Alberto Guevara Rojas, the master, the Buddhist. So one of the first things he started, and it's fascinating because Jacobo that had this capacity to find the universal in the particular. So he was interested in universal principles, and so he had read a book by Korzybski and was intrigued by the idea that plants can learn. The lab actually was a lab in which we were dedicated to do experiments to understand learning. And that's what Jacobo devoted most of his initial work, neurophysiology work. And I would say that even at the beginning, he was a Skinnerian. He just approached the problem of learning. And what he did was to open the black box. He didn't only look at the output, that was behavior, and the conditioning stimuli, which is the input. But he decided to open the black box and start seeing which structures, in particular, he was interested in the coded nucleus, the role of learning in the coded nucleus. But before that, and that can, I like this passage because it really portrays something very fresh and wonderful about Jacobo, which, as you can see, I love him. So I really miss Jacobo. And he said he was intrigued in the idea that plants can learn, given that at that time, Dr. Bruce was doing experiments to demonstrate that spinal animals can learn. I consider I had the right to prove that learning could be observed not only in the mammalian spinal cord, but also in Mimosa pudica, So the idea was that learning was a universal phenomenon that could be observed even in plants. When I proposed this idea to Dr. Bruce, I realized that although he could glimpse my failure, he considered that it could be a good learning experience, and thus allowed me to set up a lab to observe, to grow the mimosas and control the environment. Maestro Guevara followed my attempts with delight, and to my surprise, he decided to participate directly in the experiments. So you can see the capacity of engagement that he had. So we got an old top, solenoids, 50 kilograms of soil and lamps. We set up a system to control the environment and perform automated photography, allowing us to take one frame every 60 seconds uninterruptedly for 15 days. So this is a guy that is 19 years old, okay? I have to put that into to remember that. So when we developed the first roll of film and projected it into a screen, the spectacle of the plant's intense movement dazzled us. The paradigm design we envisioned to test associative learning was to switch the light on, and after the plant opened their leaves, they were mechanically stimulated to close their leaves at a certain time interval. Then repeating this scheme until the plants closed their leaves without mechanical stimulus at the learned interval. That was the paradigm. Why did it not follow these experiments? He asked. I don't know. In hindsight, I believe that continuing or not the experiments was less important than the pleasure of sharing a little bit of life with the Maestro Guevara and surprising a few smiles of approval in Dr. Bruce's fierce gaze. So the next experiment I did was crucial. Bruce and Guevara organized a course for instructors in physiology in which I investigated learning in spinal frogs and in secret recorded the electrical activity in mimosas. So he disregarded, he was a very independent, he has his own ideas, and he was respected. That was one of the beautiful things of that group. There was not we didn't have a tyrant. We had a person, we had people that actually supported all these ideas. So the memory of searching for adequate electrodes, calibrating and connecting the electrical recording equipment to record the action potentials in mimosas awakens in me certain tenderness. It's a tender memory. Without being aware, I had decanted a fundamental principle that transpired in the activities of my teachers, the desire to reach the ultimate fundamentals of phenomena, the common and basic processes, the law that unifies what is dispersed, the logic that ends with dichotomies. I wanted to find the truth, the reality, and the explanation behind the electrical messages that command the opening and closing of the leaves. This was my true initiation. So this was, I could say that this is really the beginning of this career, but you can see also all these traits of personality of Jacobo. So I found, of course, he was not the first to measure the nerve impulses in the mimosa mimosa pudica, or in sorry for the Freudian slip, and also for other plants like Venus flytrap that move. Of course, I think the first one to realize that in a way which it was would say systematic was Charles Darwin, and then with his friend, the physiologist Burton Sanderson, he was able to record for the first time a negative variation in these plants, which preceded the closing of their lips. So, but here's Jacobo again. I found an electric signal of negative polarity traveling at a certain velocity, which I could clearly discern on the oscilloscope screen. I ran immediately to tell Hector and Maestro Guevara what I have found. I described my observation to them, although what I really wished to communicate to them was my sudden understanding of the thrill of discovery. In other words, the eureka moment. Bruce encouraged me to abandon my crazy pursuit of strange phenomena. Enough of trying to demonstrate learning in plants, the action potential in mimosas, spinal frogs, and other antiques, like attempting to measure motivation in cats or studying the effect of gravitational attraction on the roots of pumpkin plants. Guevara also objected to my dispersion. He said it was time to find a project and focus on it. I reluctantly accepted, and here is something very important, knowing deep inside me that focusing my spirit required an unanswerable question. I was already intuiting what would happen to me later on when I tried to understand the creation of experience. So I want to stop there. And so I remember Lily, Jacobo, all instance that we share in our life. I remember also, and I told that to Estusha one day, I remember when Estusha was born, and Jacobo invited me to his house, and we were Lisette, Jacobo, and I took Estusha in my arms, and we put her to sleep, and after, he introduced me to the first symphony of Gustav Mahler. So that was it. Thank you.
Francisco, muchas gracias. Wow, wow, delicioso, delicioso. Gracias por, oh, sorry, thank you. Thank you for taking us back to the origins and understand the ontogeny of Jacobo as a scientist. And thank you for translating these and allowing everyone really to be bathed by Jacobo's words and realize what he can do with language and realize how he describes what's going on. It's hard to find, I must say, a science described so poetically, and so I'm thrilled you did that. And thank you for these final remarks about holding Estusha and putting her to bed. All right, muchas gracias. Okay. So next we have Marina Wheeler. She's an assistant professor of psychiatry and neurobehavioral sciences at the Department of Perceptual Studies at the University of Virginia School of Medicine. Now, if I had to choose a place in the United States to do this kind of research, and what I mean by this kind, I mean research on what I now call impossible science, altered states of consciousness, edges of consciousness, and so on, I would choose DOPS, the Department of Perceptual Sciences, where Marina is. I've known Marina only recently. She's doing really amazing work there, and she's one of those, again, solid, rigorous woman who's daring to step into the unknown, and I'm very sure she'll be one of the great ones in the field. And I'm delighted that she accepted our invitation. Thank you, Marina, for being here. And the
Hi,
floor
Alex.
is
Wow,
yours.
thank you. Thank you so much for your words. That was very nice. Yeah, so let me share my screen here so you can see my PowerPoint. Okay. And as Alex mentioned, so I work at the Division of Perceptual Studies in University of Virginia, and we research extraordinary experiences, like what some people call anomalous experiences, but we actually like to call them extraordinary experiences. But I'm going to talk today a little bit about materialization and one of the most fascinating phenomena that I've already experienced. I think it has an important link with the work of Jacobo and when he researched Pachira, how Jeffrey Mishlove was talking before. And it was just so fascinating how she would do these spiritual healings and surgeries, like cut open. And I had the pleasure of meeting this lady from Brazil. She's called Edelarzil. And she does also spiritual healing and materialization like Pachira did. Although she doesn't cut open the patients with a knife, she's already performed like cancer surgeries and other type of extraordinary materialization phenomena. And I would like to share a little bit the experience that I've had. I visited Dona Edelarzil twice, and I'm about to go for the third time there. I'm very interested in writing a book about her biography and conducting more scientific controlled experiments with her. It's been a little hard so far because she has like a family firewall protecting her. She's almost 80 and she's very sick. Yeah, I've been trying to do some more close research with her for the past few months. It's been a little hard, but the phenomena itself is fascinating. So this is where Dona Edelarzil sees people. It's in the countryside of the state of São Paulo, in a little city called Votuporanga. It has less than 100,000 inhabitants. Dona Edelarzil, Dona is just a translation for Miss, so I'm gonna call her Dona Edelarzil. She's being able, a little bit about her history. She's being able to see her spirit guides since the age of 3. So everything started when she was very young. By the age of 5, she would have a line of people, like neighbors and patients, outside her house, and she was already prescribing medicines and for all these people looking with many different kinds of diseases. So this at the age of 5. When she was 8, that's when she started doing materializations. And the way it started, it's very interesting because she said that she would receive these people in her house, and she had this dedicated room that she would see 15 people at a time. And they would all come inside her house, and she was extremely poor, extremely poor. And then while she was doing the spiritual cleaning or cleansing, the objects would start falling from the ceiling. And many times there were like sharp objects that would cut people, like pieces of glass or scissors. Many times they were rusty and it was very dangerous. People would get hurt. So this started when she was 8. When she was around like early teenager, she stopped doing this type of materialization because one person specifically came to her house yelling why she wouldn't materialize just a wallet full of money for him. And according to her, the spirit guides got very upset, and a piece of glass, like very big, like a triangular piece of glass, materialized from the ceiling in this man's shoulder, and he had to go to the ICU, to the ER to get stitches. He eventually got 14 stitches, and he was just bleeding a lot, so she got traumatized. And then eventually, when she was 17, her spirit guides taught her how to do this materialization in a more safe way. And that's how they guided her to do this using cotton. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna show to you how this, what's the current process of materialization. So she's still active, she's still doing this. Obviously, she sees less people. So when she was younger, she would see thousands and thousands of people a day. Now she sees only hundreds of people a day, and she's like 78, 79. So she's still holding on. This is a picture of some objects that she materialized. As you can see, all sorts of bones, big things, rusty chains, dolls, lots of candles, skulls. One thing that is interesting is that all of these objects, they're all very dirty. Many of them contain blood, but they are all dirty. So you can see here like a piece of cotton and a padlock. So amazing. And I'm going to explain how she does this materialization, just to show some more objects, a piece of porcelain and more bone and pieces of candles. A pig head. I had the pleasure of seeing her materializing a pig head. Not this one. I'm going to show you another picture later. A light, a chicken foot, metal, more candles. So you can see there are like all sort of different types of materials, sometimes alive animals, sometimes dead animals. You can see here a piece of belt, again, a piece of rope and another chain. Underwear, more bones with teeth, candles, more like a bra, rusty scissors, bone candles, like a again more belt. All of these objects she was able to materialize, and she does that in front of people. So I'm gonna skip this. So this is Shirley MacLaine. She visited Dona de Larzil 3 times already. And Shirley MacLaine, she had a car accident when she was younger. And right after her car accident, this is the first time she went to Dona de Larzil. This here at the right is a picture of Dona de Larzil, I think when she was on her 40s. So this is a long time ago. She went to see Dona de Larzil, and among the objects that she materialized in the cotton was a piece of a car brake. And according to Dona de Larzil, this was the piece that was faulty in Shirley MacLaine's car, and that's why she had a car accident. And that was able to convince Shirley that the phenomena that Dona de Larzil was doing was legit, and she went there 2 more times after that. So this is her Facebook page. It's called The Phenomenon of Cotton in Portuguese, and then Votuporanga, where the city where she sees people. This is the name of the place. It's called Casa Caminho e Luz. So it means house, path, and light. That's how it's called. It's a farm where she sees people and she receives people. And this currently, so this is 2023, first time I went to see her. And then 2024, a few months ago in August, I went to see her twice. So she doesn't see that many people nowadays. They don't allow buses anymore. So you can just enter her farm if you have like a private car. So that's a way that they found to control how many people are going there. Otherwise, she spends the entire night materializing objects for people. But like if you have like a car, you can still go to the farm and they won't stop you. So this is how the place looks like. You can see there is a door on the left and a door on the right. This is in the morning. Once you get there, you're going to talk to someone from her family, either her grandson or her son, and you're going to pay. It's like 50 reais, which is like $10, and you just pay for the pretty much for maintenance, bathroom and water and the cotton that they provide to you. And this is the room where they actually do the materialization, which happens in the afternoon. And inside the room on the left, you can see they have many, many boxes of cotton. This is her grandson giving instructions. And then once you go there and you tell, I'm here to do a materialization or a spiritual cleansing for myself, for my mom, you can do for others, for other people that are not there physically. They give you one of the rolls of cotton for each person that is receiving the cleansing, the materialization. And these are more pictures of cotton in that room. And so you leave that room with this piece of cotton in a plastic bag. So if you're doing the cleaning for, let's say if it was for me and 3 more people, I would end up with 3 of these bags or 4 of these bags. And then the process is, that's how they advise you to do, you have to loosen up this cotton in very, very loose and small pieces until you end up with something like this. And while you are doing this process of loosening up and breaking into very small pieces, they advise you to be thinking about why are you there for, or just meditate and think about your life and your problems that you want to be fixed. And according to Dona de Larzio, the spirit guides are already watching you, and that's when the process starts. And you are putting that energy into the cotton. So here are just some people doing this process of loosening up the cotton. This is the room where the materialization happens. You can see she's very Catholic, and she holds on a lot into the saints and Jesus Christ to make sense of her experience. This is the altar where she does materializations. So once people have loosening up all of the cotton, and these are dozens of people, you come inside this room, which is open all the time. The doors are never locked. And people start putting up their cotton into these big sieves. And then after this is ready, she stands up here and she starts calling people one by one to stand up right next to her. And then she's going to ask you, who is this materialization for? And then you're going to say, this is for me or for my mom or my son. And then she starts the process of materialization. So here more pictures. This is where we sit up, we sit down. Once the entire process, the entire event starts, and we watch everything from the beginning to the end. So this is where the oops, let me go back. I have a I'm gonna show this video here. I just want to show the tank where the materialization occurs. There is nothing there. It's completely closed. There is only a drain, a very small drain where the water drains, and she need, like the drain is there because she wets the cotton. And I'm gonna show in another picture. Inside here is just cotton and water. You can put your hands inside if you want. There is nothing outside. There is nowhere she could have come with those objects from anywhere else but from inside the cotton. She also pours some alcohol to clean the cotton. And once she does that, right in the beginning of the ceremony, there is this weird smell of rotten, of like dead animal or rotten eggs that is like very strong. And the first time I went there was this very, very strong of rotten and dead animal. As soon as she poured the alcohol, And then the second time I went there, there wasn't so much of the smell, but as soon as she poured the alcohol, the entire cotton, not the entire, but the base part of it turned into yellow. And that was very nice to see this. So there's another movie showing. So this is a friend of mine. We went together. So after he loosened up the cotton, you just put pieces like in any sieve. There are many sieves there. And then I'm telling him, put your hand just to show people there's nothing. This is completely light. You can pick up the sieves and there is just cotton. It's like super light. There's nothing inside. There's another man here putting his cotton in another sieve. And then in the end of the morning, there's probably like 10 of these sieves full of cotton, where she is going to start the materialization in the afternoon. So she puts one of these sieves in this altar where there is the drain. And then she is, as I said, she's going to stand up here. I don't have any pictures of the materialization itself because they don't allow us anymore coming inside with cell phones, and they don't allow us to take pictures anymore. But there are videos and pictures of her materializing on the internet, so you can find them. I have some videos here, but I couldn't see. I couldn't record while I was there, but we are inside the room and we see everything happening. So she's gonna stand up here, pour some alcohol, and then she starts pouring water to make this thing wet. And then she's gonna call the first participant and say, approach. And then she's gonna say, who is this cleaning for? And then the person's gonna say, this is for me, holding the plastic bag. And then out of nowhere, she is gonna start pulling objects inside this cotton. And you can see it becoming dirt. And she says it becomes warm and hot and very compact. And out of nowhere, you can see a lot of dirt, sometimes blood. And then she just gives to whoever family member is here, she's just gonna give this full hand of objects, and then she puts inside your plastic bag, and then you leave. So some people are there some people are there to do the cleansing, not only for themselves, but for thousands of other people. So she just does that cleaning for as many people as you want. So this is the line outside, just before we go inside the ceremony. This is inside this room, and it says, have a firm thought, concentrate your mind into your objective. And this is a picture of the object she materialized for me first time I went there. So you can see here, there's a piece of cotton with blood, some medicines, a black piece of ribbon with a knot. This is the object she materialized for my friend. And all of them have a meaning. And then once you are outside, and you see whatever objects she pulled out for you, another of her sons is there, and they help you through the meaning, and then they're gonna come and say, oh, this object means that she's clean this and that, or like this family problem, or whatever is happening in your financial situation, or this is something that need to be, you have this health issue that need to be cleansed. So all of these things, they have a different meaning that she was able to clean out of your life. So these are some pictures that I took from last time I went, so August, a few months ago. And I saw this in front of my eyes, materialization of this huge piece of rope and underwear. You can see here a glass of beer and many. So here there's not on this picture, but you can see more cotton with blood, a piece of bone with teeth, a pig head, a huge pig head. And this is a real pig head. And as soon as the guy placed this outside, took out of the plastic bag, there were flies flying around, and this was just disgusting, and the smell was terrible. And right next to it, there is a piece of cotton with clot and blood clot. So this was completely disgusting. I didn't even want to touch it, but you could see the flies flying around. So another picture, another huge piece of like chain and all dirty, and this is a metal sign, more clot here. This smell was horrible. This is a lot of um, cotton with pus or a pus. I don't know how to say that. That's why this is yellow. And this was the objects that she pulled out for me at the second time. So there were these two. You see how big they are. This is a plastic bag. These two huge dolls attached to each other, and they're facing back. So, and then it says here 2024. This was really creepy. You can see the faces of the doll. They were marked. They were drawn. And then also these like wine glass, and again they all have different meanings, and I'm not going to go through the meanings, but after she does this type of spiritual cleansing, there is more things to be done, because she said that the spiritual cleaning, this is only the beginning, so um, uh, uh, you need to do this prayer for 13 days, and she gives you they walk you through what you're supposed to do for 13 days to complete the cleaning. And this is very interesting because this is another common thing with Pachita, because Pachita says that the cleaning that she does, and similar to the Dona de Larzil, that the cleaning continues after the materialization. So the spirit guides keep working on you or the patient even after the materialization. So you need to engage the 13 days into these prayers to fully get rid of whatever you went there to get rid of. So this to me was very striking to see the similarities. And another thing that to me was very interesting is that I was the one of the very first people during this ceremony to receive the materialization. I think like 5 people went before me, but 5 people that had dozens of plastic bags, meaning that they went there to do the materialization for other people that were not physically there. And by the time I went outside, she had already materialized these 3 full plastic bags of objects. And by the time it was my time to go to the front to the altar, she had only used half of the cotton sieve. So using half of the cotton that was in a sieve, she was able to materialize objects that filled up 3 of these plastic bags. So it was amazing to go outside and see how much she had done. And they also give you a list of all the objects she can possibly materialize and the meaning of them. And I'm sorry, this is all in Portuguese, but this is just examples, some examples of the objects she's able to materialize. And yeah, thank you so much. It's really hard for me to talk about the cotton lady in only 15 minutes because I'm completely fascinated about what she does. And but I don't want to extend too much because I know it's late. So thank you so much, and I hope I can bring more I hope I can really dedicate more time into what she's been doing and bring you more results to the future. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Marina. I forgot I was in a Zoom call. I forgot I was in a Zoom call. Wow. And thank you for going there and observing it and documenting it firsthand. And we look forward to reading what you'll write about these and knowing more about it. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And thank you all for continuing to be with us. Okay, now we have Ines Urdaneta. Ines is a good friend. He's actually one of the first people I met when I was undergoing that attempt to connect with the Grinberg spirit, if you may. And Francisco Gomez-Marin actually introduced me to her first, and then I got to know the rest of the community. Ines is a very special physicist. She's a theoretical physicist, specialized in light matter interactions. She works at the International Space Federation right now. And she's also, I would dare to say, a very mystical theoretical physicist, because what she's pursuing is a unification of the incompatible big branches of physics, is also sprinkled with these, I may say, esoteric, deep spiritual meaning. I'm very happy she's here with us, and adelante. You need to unmute yourself, Ines.
Yeah, I'll see how to do that.
Good, you're good. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So okay, so yeah, well, at this moment I'm in a place where we're also celebrating Jacobo Grinberg's anniversary, and many things are going on this side in Mexico City. So yeah, the thing is, so I'm still overwhelmed by what Marina was showing. so it's kind of like, wow. Okay, so I think the idea would be like to stop dividing science and spirituality. That would be like our goal finally, like how to reunite these two worlds which have been separated for so long. Because probably well, many things have happened in the meantime, but we all, now that mainstream science has gone into a dead end, which is dark mass and dark energy, which is 96% of the universe, then we have, it's like the physics we know that we have done for so long, it's just 4% of what we know, and it's really not even that, because you have to take into account that matter is 99.999 in a space, so it's much less than that. So this is giving us a huge like playground where to find answers and to think about new ways of connecting things. What I liked about, okay, so I'm working in a theory which is a unified field theory. This unified field theory is based on understanding what is the lattice that Jacobo Grinberg also talks about in this theory of synergic theory. So this lattice is an holographic fractal matrix or late lattice, and we get to describe through this theory the many properties of this lattice, and this lattice is deeply entangled through one particle that we are so used to hear about that we wouldn't even believe it, and that's the proton. So the proton itself is a holographic unit. You have to see the whole theory to understand why we call it the holographic unit, but in summary, it gathers the whole energy mass of the universe in each unit. So each proton contains the whole universe information, and it refreshes at a speed of much far faster than the speed of light, and we can calculate that. Everything that I'm going to say now is done through equations. It's modeling. It's first principle calculations. There's no adjusting parameters. So this is very, very, very solid. And so what we have found is that this holographic unit, which is the proton, is deeply entangled to all other protons in the universe. So this would work as a node of the nodes of a network. So we can firmly say that the universe is basically an entangled network, or a network of entanglement through these protons and the way they are connected through wormholes. And we could go very technical about all of this, but what I think it's important to understand is that when we have this dichotomy between spirituality and materialism, let's say, materialistics think are like comfortable saying, oh, everything is just on matter, but you have to really understand what matter is. If you go deep into what matter is, then you see that matter, okay, let's go deep into what the matter that you're talking about, the neurons and all of that really is, then you'll see that it is deeply entangled, that its units are the protons, which compose all matter, and these units are deeply entangled, these protons. So you can understand that this is the way the information flows through all the systems and through scales as well. And when you understand how this information flows through scales, and this is what the theory is also providing, then you can see that this information flow creates feedback loops. It's a network of feedbacks going back and forth, processing information. And when you have that, you can see that there's a way of creating organization. The universe is extremely organized. Biology is extremely organized, but that's happening because this is a feed-forward mechanism where you have this organization going on and auto-organization going on, and consciousness then also comes into play here, because this information flow is also, of course, concerning the way that information goes from one entity and up to this entity itself. So when you have this complexity in biology, this is just complexifying the network of feedback feed forward so that you can have a deeper experience of a self. Okay, but this is all very interconnected. What I think that there's many more aspects, but what I'm describing here is extremely like technical or mechanical. But you can also understand that this entanglement goes way beyond the mechanical aspects of the protons and what they do and how they flow, or on how the information flows. Like, for instance, what Marina just explained is also talking about a poetical level, because we have like the mechanical level, which is the product of forces, fields and forces. These interactions create particles, they create forces and fields and all of that. And you can say that that's a mechanical description. But also you can say that this has multiple layers, and there are layers in which the poetical is also achieved. So the poetical is what we just saw with Marina's, this materialization of objects and their meaning. What do they mean? So if you think about the universe as a mind, which is what we're basically implying, that the universe is like a mind, a universal mind, then you have subminds, which are these nodes, which is black holes, basically. A proton in its core has got a black hole, and the sun in its core has got a black hole, and they're all in a very particular relationship, a fractal holographic relationship that we develop as well, that we find in the theory. And these all are just processing information. They're just organizing, processing information, and they're the nuclei of the organization of matter in the universe. And you can find cognitive aspects of it. You can find that this system is learning, is creating like new ways of understanding. It is a living entity, and so in that sense, you can say that it's got multiple layers, in which some layers are mechanical, and other layers are much more philosophical, poetical, and so on. So basically, the theory is called holofractographic theory, and it's a unified field theory, and it's unifying science and consciousness in a very straightforward way, and in a very scientific way, rigorous way. Science likes mathematics and all of that, but there's no adjusting parameters. And a first paper just came out, which is called "The Origin of Mass and the Nature of Gravity," which explains this materialistic aspect of reality. Okay, but that is just the basis, the foundations to what's going coming further on. And so I don't want to expand that much like time because I think you've all had a lot of information. So I'm just going to point you to this theory, the holographic theory from Nassim Haramein and the International Space Federation. We're a group of physicists, nuclear physicists, fluid physicists, and biologists. We are consolidated as a team, and well, I invite you all to revise our papers, our website, and get more involved into what we're doing. Because it's got many layers and it's got a huge amount of implications. And one of them, the way I got into Jacobo Grinberg's theory and the way I was approached by Francisco Gomez-Marin, because he was following the work of ISF at that time called Resonance Science Foundation. And he felt that because it's a holographic theory, he said that this would fall perfectly in place with his synergic theory. And I think he was correct. I think that this is really a very good framework if you want to understand like the mechanisms behind many of the processes that you call consciousness and psychic abilities and all of that. So this is a very good starting point and a connection between these two realms of consciousness and science. So yeah, that would be my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ines.
You're welcome.
Thank you for
all.
dropping out of the other event. I'm so happy there are more celebrations going on today.
Yeah, this is really nice, in a very nice place here. It's a school, a very special school with geodesics, and it's a very out of the mainstream, educational formal school. So yeah, very significant place.
Well, thank you for bringing the theoretical physics aspect to this celebration today. And I really endorse your thought of what's the matter with matter. Because all of us who are trying to go beyond materialism, I suspect at the end of the day will come back to a transfigured kind of materialism where we'll understand that matter is not what the card-carrying materialists tell us. So in a way, they're subestimating matter, and so
exactly.
I think your work will help that.
Yeah.
Very good.
Hopefully. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ines. Un fuerte abrazo.
Un abrazo. Gracias.
Ciao. Okay.
Ciao.
We now continue with Pavel Ibarra. I got to know Pavel a few months ago. He approached me and we had a couple or maybe three, I don't remember now, online discussions in his podcast. He's the host of the Psychoactivo podcast. And it's very important to have Pavel here too, because this is not just about theory and experiments, which are two very important legs in the stool, the stool of science, but all of this needs to go into the media and needs to be told to people who are not practicing scientists, and needs to be told in an engaging way, in a creative way. And that's what Pavel does. I've learned a lot from him. I've been inducted into the rabbit hole of UAPs because of him. And so as you'll see, he's also been investigating Jacobo Grinberg and all these different topics we've been covering today. And I'm delighted that he also agreed to participate in this remembering of Jacobo. Pavel, adelante.
Thank you for having me, man. Thank you to everyone who's in here. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Well, I reached out to Alex a few months ago when I started looking at some of his videos with Dr. Mishlove. I saw one, and then I saw him talking about Jacobo's books. The way I got into all of this really started when I was a preteen, because I grew up in a family that my mother always wanted us to read constantly. And there was a time when she brought a shaman to my house. And this shaman performed a healing ceremony where he materialized a little piece of rock inside of my mouth. And from that moment forward, I went through many rabbit holes throughout my life. And during my 20s, I became a psychedelic experiencer for a decade. And I went through a lot of different psi phenomena that I still couldn't explain until I stumbled on Jacobo Grinberg in 2021. That's when it clicked. A lot of the stuff that happened to me, I was like, this is exactly what happened to me. But I want to know how I can really explain it. So I decided to create a podcast. And 80% of the responsibility for this is because of Jacobo. So I truly believe after a year of presenting this, his work and examining multiple phenomena, that we are like on the brink of a paradigm shift. We're about to something's going to happen. We're all reaching a singularity, and the fact that we are now seeing so many phenomena happening of different types. It's not just psi phenomena. It's not just UFOs. There's a lot of stuff that if you go and really talk to people in front of them and ask them, they've all experienced something. So, and I think that Jacobo's work is at the very center of it, because I believe that part of this reaching a singularity has also to do with us reaching the next stage in our evolution as people. And that's why I think that this work is central to everything, because it doesn't really matter at the end of the day if we're alone in the universe or not. I happen to think we're not, but I also happen to think that if we get to understand how we work as an organism, as we truly work, none of that will matter, because we are the ones that are creating the whole shebang, And I happened to have Ida here visiting me, Ida Cuellar, about a month ago, and we had a wonderful experience. We recorded one of these podcasts on the road from Ensenada to Tijuana. We went through Rosarito, where Jacobo Grinberg's wife's family used to live. And it was all a whole massive synchronicity that I truly, thoroughly enjoyed. And the one experience that I could point and single out, that's because when that happened to me, and I'd already experienced stuff before, was a near-death experience that I had in 2014 during December. From that moment forward, something changed. I became much more ADHD than I usually was, because I do have ADHD since I was young. But since that moment, I started hyper focusing a lot more. And I think that is one of the triggers. This is one of my interpretations and beliefs of all the work that I've investigated of Jacobo. Stuff like this, near-death experiences, are one of the triggers that help people get more in tune with that side of their brain. That's what I believe. And I think that Jacobo's work was going to eventually move towards making us realize that our brain is a computer and it is creating everything around it. And the fact that this experiment, this transfer potential experiment, talks about all of us being entangled, we do it. We already create the reality. That's why we're the way we are right now in the world, because we've gone through roads and paths that made us create this reality, and we are all doing it together. It's not just some actors and the whole world story, it's all of us. I also want to talk about Jacobo and some other scientists and parapsychologists who also did similar work to him. I can talk about Itzhak Bentov, who talked about the evolution of consciousness. I can talk about Dr. Donald Hoffman today, that he has a lot of different theories. Dr. Dean Radin. But Dr. Andrea Puharich was one of the scientists who fascinated me the most, because he actually was a colleague of Jacobo. There was a time when I just started the channel, a friend from Spain who likes the channel, Javier Marcote, he reached out to me telling me about these conferences that happened in the 80s and 90s, but as it turns out, they had been happening for about 100 years. By 1985, that was the 100-year anniversary. So there were conferences about phenomenology taking place in different parts of the world that included Jacobo, that included some people that I'm going to show you right now because I'm sharing my screen. Hold on. Okay. Where is it?
Should be at the bottom. You have an arrow pointing upwards inside a square.
There it is. Can you see that? So this first picture appeared in Ida Cuellar's documentary. That's the first time I saw it. It's obviously from somewhere else, but he included it in that documentary. Jacobo is right here. And then you got Jacques Vallée here. To those of you who know who Jacques Vallée is, he's one of the world's most famous and prominent ufologists. He was part of Project Blue Book with Dr. J. Allen Hynek. And when I saw this, I was like, how could I have missed this? This is weird. And I started investigating more and tried to ask some questions because although I know that the way Jacobo disappeared is very controversial and maybe a difficult topic to talk about, I am very much interested in that story back then. What were they talking about? I wanted to be a fly on the wall, you know, as they say. Why are the most prominent ufologists and Jacobo and other type of phenomenologists doing conferences in the 80s talking about all of these things? And then there's another picture right here where you can see Jacques, you can see Jacobo right here. Next to Jacques, there's author John Keel, who is also one of the leading voices in ufology. But at the far left, you got Andrea Pujarich. That's him. And this is also in the movie Ida Cuellar released. Then Dr. Mishlove already showed this picture. This is De Leon. I don't recall his name. I think Alex remembers the name. He was also Mexican, another parapsychologist who worked with Jacobo during that time. And this is Pujarich too. And then I'm going to show you another two pictures that I was given by this man, Javier Marcote, who I think these have only been shown. The next picture I'm going to show you, this has only been shown in my channel because I've seen it nowhere else. So this is Andrea Pujarich right here, and this is Jacques Vallée right here. Jacobo is right here. Then you have Salvador Freixedo, those of you who know, Enrique Castillo and Ricardo Vilches, and they were all phenomenologists talking in those conferences. I am trying to talk to Dr. Vallée in the following year. And I've already corresponded with him, a couple of emails, but whatever he tells me, you guys are going to be first to see it in the channel. So that's going to be exciting. And the reason I want to talk to him is because this last picture that I'm going to show you appeared on the show Ancient Aliens. They were doing a story about Jacques Vallée's career. And it was very funny to me because the people that I've talked to so far that are close to this, I've asked them, and some of them even were a little taken aback by me asking them about Jacobo. They didn't really like it. And I wasn't asking them about his disappearance, just about his work and about those conferences and what they talked about over there. This picture is the one that appeared. And that's when I realized, yeah, so they were, if not presenting together, definitely working together on something. And you guys already know the reference from Ida Cuellar's film. That's as far as we can go with, because a lot of that is from Clemente Padilla, the evidence he presented. But what I'm trying to do is just talk about those conferences. And a major component of this, I think, has to do with knowing how to report something to the media about these topics, because right now it's just 2%, about 2% of people in the world who are like more familiar with these topics. If you talk to the rest of them, most of them will immediately reject it or just not pay attention to it. And I think people in the media and journalists and citizen journalism has a responsibility to start talking about this in a way that is more inviting to people so they can understand that this is a new reality that we're already going through. So that is one of the main goals Psicoactivo has. And talking to all of you, because I'm fascinated by a lot of these presentations. I already asked Alex to maybe connect me with the loads of you. So thank you very much. And thank you, Alex, for having me. That would be all for me. Good day.
Fantastico, Pavel. Thank you very much. And let me add that I wasn't only meaning that work like yours is to communicate ideas, but you're actually also doing research. And that's an example. Thank you again for showing us those pictures and the many things that are lost in the memory of time about with whom Jacobo met, what they talked about, and so on. Okay. All right, we've been doing this for about 4 hours, and there's still around 60 of you live here with us. Okay, so our next guest is Natalia Rodriguez. Also very important to include her in this remembrance, in this reckoning, in this celebration. Natalia is an editor of Penguin Random House, and in Penguin, they're doing this marvelous job right now. They're re-editing in package of 3. She'll tell us about how many books they plan to launch. They've launched already a few ones. The work of Jacobo, Pachita, La teoría sintérgica, Psicología autóctona de México in Spanish. So they're collaborating with Estusha, and they're putting out, as you can see in this nice, sweet edition, the works of Jacobo, which is absolutely necessary so that the fire, let's put it in this way, carries on, so that people can buy them and read them and enjoy them, as opposed to finding weird PDFs and sharing them through email. And so I thank her for being with us tonight. And the floor is yours, Natalia. Adelante, querida.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone. Hello, I'm very happy to be here with you and to listen all of you talking about Jacobo Grinberg in too many views. And I want to thank you to Alex for inviting me here to talk about these new editions that we have been published in Penguin Random House, Mexico. And as he told you, I'm the editor in Mexico of these editions, these new editions with these covers. You can see it here. And these are the first one of a collection of 15 titles that we choose to reedit and to republish here in Mexico and also in Latin America. So I want to first telling you that the first challenge we faced was which of the 52 books that Greenberg published we are going to choose, because as you know, Penguin Random House is not a publishing house specialized on science books or academics books. We have a lot of books, but for a lot of kind of readers, but not especially science or academics. So that was the first challenge to me and my colleagues, and also we work with Estusha to choose which of those universe of work of Jacobo Grinberg are we going to reprint and we publish to our readers. So the criteria for choosing which books to publish again were, first of all, the topics. which of Grinberg's topics could be of interest to today's readers, not only to the readers that already know his work, but the new readers like young people. Also, what were the most searched books by Grinberg's followers? As Alex told us, there's a lot of PDF and pirateria, I don't know how to say in English, about the PDFs of Jacobo Grinberg on the internet, on WhatsApp. And so we made a research about which title was the most searched by the followers of Grinberg. And the third of all, the criteria was which of the books could be interested, as I told you, to non-specialized readers or non-science readers. So we choose 15 titles. Among them is Pachita, that here is the cover. So Pachita, La teoría sintérgica, of course, Psicología autóctona mexicana, which is part of the collection of chamanes of Mexico, also Pachita, as you know. And also, for example, La batalla por el templo, who is the autobiography of Jacobo Grinberg. Actually, for me, is an amazing book, which everybody that doesn't know the works of Jacobo Grinberg and asks me, which book should I read first? I always say La batalla por el templo, because it's the most easy and passionate way to know him and to know his work by himself. So and also how he write about himself is amazing. For me, it's one of the most impressive writers of science, but also of literature. He has an amazing pen, and he is like an anthropologic and he has an anthropologic and a poetic way to write about science, about his life, and about all the topics that he wrote. So for me, La batalla por el templo is always the answer to introduce new readers to Grinberg's books. And well, also we have La meditación autoalusiva, La creación de la experiencia. Here we have this, La construcción de la realidad. And so this is a project about 50 titles of his work and we are going to publish over 3 years. So in April of this year, 2024, we published the first 3 titles of the collection. Of course, Pachita, La teoría sintérgica, and Psicología autóctona mexicana, which to date, we have sold 22,000 books. So April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, and the first days of December, almost 9 months, we have sold 22 books in total of these 3 titles. So it's amazing. It's like it over our expectation as a publishers, even in Penguin Random House. Of course, the bestseller has been Teoría Sintérgica, followed by Pachita. Of Teoría Sintérgica, we have sold 10,000 books in total. So and then in October of this year, we published La creación de la experiencia, La construcción de la realidad, and La batalla por el templo, which to date we have sold almost 5,000 copies in total. So if we add those amounts, we have sold to date 2,007 copies in 7-8 months in total. And then in February of 2025, we are going to release La meditación y la meditación autoalusiva. So I don't have it here because we haven't published yet, but we are going to release it on February. So the result of these first titles has been truly amazing. The response from the readers is impressive and has exceeded even our own expectation as a publishers. Inside of the publishing house, inside of Penguin, even or my team, for example, the copywriters, the designers, the marketing team are impressive about the response of the readers about these books, because we already know when we planned the collection with Estusha that was the moment to publish again these books. But truly, we didn't expect this response. We have reprint like 5 times Teoría Sintérgica. So it's amazing. It's amazing. It's not a typical thing for Mexican writers to sell this amount of books. I must say also that the process of editing Grinberg's books has also been a learning experience. It's not easy to edit books that already existed and had already been published, even by the author himself. Francisco asked a question and he told us that if this new edition has the dedications or also the materials and the text that Grinberg wrote and in the original editions. And yes, in these editions, we respect the way in which Grinberg decided to publish his works. So we have made very few corrections to the text, and we have simply done a careful editorial job. And that is to say, we have taken care of the bibliography, sorry, the appendices, the footnotes, and the entire original theoretical framework. We have been ensured that is complete and is correct. We have also added a biographic profile written by the Mexican journalist Emiliano Ruiz Parra. He's a very famous and a very professional journalist here in Mexico, who interviewed Estusha and also Lisette and Grinberg students and friends to introduce to the readers the lives and work of Jacobo Grinberg. So we have these texts in all of these books, and also we asked to Leilani, the granddaughters of Jacobo, to make a portrait of Jacobo Grinberg to illustrate this text. Let me show you if you can see the work of Leilani. Here it is. Because Leilani is an amazing painter, also Lisette, as you know. So for us was very important to make this collection with the company and the support of the family, who has been a very important base of the promotion of the work of Jacobo Grinberg. We also wanted to make fresh and modern and up-to-date covers that will appeal to a young audience, mainly young readers, because we thought that those who already knew Grinberg's work will buy them anyway. But maybe the new readers or the young readers that doesn't know about anything about Grinberg, only for the cover, maybe we attract their attention to his work. That's why we make these kind of illustrations with a Mexican illustrator who is Joaquin Nava. He's from the north of Mexico, and he read all of the books of Grinberg, and he made these amazing covers. Very actual, very modern, and very accurate to the topics of Jacobo Grinberg. So for me and for all the publishers team has been a joint publishing effort with the family as a part of the effort to bring his books back with these readers, the old ones and the new ones. Grinberg and his works are still relevant, is necessary, and still have a lot to tell us. His work captivates new and young readers who are eager to understand Grinberg's teachings from their current situation and today's world. So for me and for Penguin Random House, we are very, very grateful to Estusha, to Lisette, to all Grinberg's family for the confidence and to for choosing Penguin Random House as the publishing house to republish, to reprint these works. So we are hoping that this project can be growth, and maybe, we don't know, we can choose more books to publish and to grow this collection in Penguin Random House. Thank you very much.
Okay. Muchas gracias, Natalia. Thank you very much. Beautiful editions. I'm so glad to learn that they're selling well. That's important. And I subscribe your congratulations to the Grinberg family, to Estusha, because for many years, Grinberg was, one could say, kind of forgotten, and they've kept the flame alive. They've kept the legacy, and now that there seems to be a renaissance of interest, also spurred in part by Ida Cuellar's documentary, but specifically because of Estusha and some of the people closely related to Jacobo keeping that legacy, and now with Penguin Random House, to see this just becoming, we could say, mainstream is really good news.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, 2 more guests to go, and then I'll wrap it up. So now we have Kilan Morgan. Kilan is an amazing discovery I've made in the internet. He has no formal training to the degree that I know. He's absolutely knowledgeable. He's a true philosopher, I would say, in the actual sense of the word. He loves wisdom. He researches from his house. He's very well read. He's amazingly articulate, as you'll see in a moment. And I discovered him through Rupert Sheldrake, and we had a conversation, and then another one, and then another one. And much like Pavel, in a way, I consider them my research buddies. It's like they're true collaborators to this joint effort, and I'm blessed. I'm blessed to get to know them and learn from them. And sorry, Kilan couldn't be with us tonight or today, but he recorded a video, so I'll play it, and you'll get to listen his views on Jacobo. So let's see if I do this right this time. All right. Yes, here it is. And again, let me know in the chat if it's not heard or seen well. Here is Kilan Morgan from Formscapes. By the way, I'll post the links in the chat in a moment. Well, before I do that, I'll mute myself. Here we go.
Hello everyone, my name is Kilan Morgan. I am an independent researcher. You can find my work over at the channel Formscapes over on YouTube, and in commemoration of Jacobo Grinberg, I today am going to be spending a few minutes talking about the actual details of what Jacobo's theories actually looked like. So Jacobo's primary theoretical framework is what he called synergic theory. So he's mashing together the words synergy and energy. And in his illustrations of this theory, he begins with a very simple kind of phenomenological exercise. He asks us to imagine looking through a tiny pinhole at a star, which is very close to the pinhole. Now, obviously, in this situation, we're looking through this pinhole, we're not going to be able to see very much of the star. It's going to be mostly obscured behind the canvas or whatever the pinhole is in. But he then says, okay, well, now let's imagine that we're moving this pinhole much further away from the star. As the star gets further and further away, we will be able to see more of the star through the pinhole. And he says that if we had a sufficiently powerful telescope and we were looking through this pinhole with that telescope as a star that was sufficiently far away, then we would be able to see the whole star. And so the conclusion that Grinberg is coming to here is that even within this tiny pinhole, all of the imagistic information, all of the possible visual images of the star are actually contained in the pinhole, in the space itself within the pinhole. So Grinberg infers that there's a correlation here between spatial distance, spatial separation, and the informational synergy of space itself. And so an example he gives here is the moon. He says, let's say you're driving in your car and you look up at the moon. No matter how far you go in your car, the moon doesn't appear to go anywhere. The images of the moon are being cast down across the entire range of places you could drive in your car. But if you look a little further down and start paying attention to the grass and trees and light poles and whatnot that you're driving by, they're very fleeting. They're there for a moment and then they're gone. Because the moon is further away, it is able to project its images much further over a much wider range of space across the Earth. And so the conclusion that Grinberg ends up coming to here is that with greater distances, you get this greater redundancy and informational homogeneity, which is to say synergization of information in space. And here he begins to talk about Einsteinian relativity theories and how this might correlate with things like gravity and time dilation and whatnot. So with things like satellites, for example, that are high above the Earth, we see that cesium clocks, for example, tick more slowly. It appears that time itself is moving at a slower pace. And of course, within Einstein's relativity theories, this is actually explained in terms of kinetic time dilation rather than gravitational time dilation. Grinberg doesn't think so. He thinks that they're really the same thing here, and I think he's right about that. But in any case, Grinberg is gesturing towards the possibility that gravity itself is somehow a diminishing of the centurgic density of space, as it were. And within my own work, I've actually come to some rather similar conclusions through a slightly different line of reasoning. I was actually researching the correlations between electromagnetic phenomena and anomalous experiences, spiritual experiences, UFO encounters, that kind of thing. And I was really looking into the works of Michael Persinger. And in the process of doing so, I started looking at the experiences of astronauts in space. And that you see this very consistent thing that many astronauts claim to have had these really profound spiritualistic experiences in space, this sense of wholeness and wonder and purpose and meaning and whatnot. And typically this is explained in very materialistic terms as, oh, well, they're seeing all they've ever known, the Earth, from a vantage point that no one ever sees it from, and it causes them to have some kind of epiphany. But I don't buy that. I think Grinberg is certainly onto something here, that there's actually something at play within reality itself, that moving further away from the Earth's gravitational field seems to facilitate not only a dilation of time, but a dilation of consciousness itself. And I believe these two kind of poles here of contraction and dilation are actually really fundamental to the idea that Grinberg is trying to get at here. In a sense, you could say that space, empty space itself, is much more dilated. It's much more open and homogeneous. Within a given point in space, you have a multiplicity of images of all the different objects, which are kind of projecting their images into that space. But with matter, on the other hand, you have a kind of much greater informational contraction, as it were. As you get closer to an object, such as the star we mentioned at the very beginning, you're getting greater exclusivity of these images. When you're looking at a physical material object in particular, you're just getting the images of that object. There's a kind of negation that's happening here. And so, moving along here, Grinberg, he's talking about these things, but he's not a physicist per se. Grinberg is coming at these things with the intention of really building a theory of perception. He's looking at this as a psychologist and a neuroscientist, and I think it's very interesting here to compare his methodology with that of someone like Johann von Goethe, for example. Grinberg is not looking at these phenomena of light and perception and trying to cook up some kind of mathematical models in order to make sense of these things in terms of a preconceived idea of unobservable particles or something like that. He is sticking to the phenomena themselves. And so, as he begins to move then into more psychological territory, he makes a really interesting correlation here. He starts talking about what he calls the neuronal field, and he's really talking about this idea that the human mind itself is a kind of field in the same way that space is a kind of syntergic field. In fact, I think he would say that both are different kinds of syntergic fields. And his idea of the neuronal field is very similar. In fact, I would say it's basically identical to these ideas like Rupert Sheldrake's notion of morphogenetic fields or the notion of bioelectric fields. I think we're really talking about the same thing here in different kinds of language. And so here he begins talking about the nature of thought itself. And he says that when we're thinking, or really just any kind of cognizing in general, we are synergizing our perceptions. We're taking a multiplicity of different objects of our awareness and we are bringing them into a coherence with one another. And he says that when we're doing this, we're really doing the exact same thing that space does already. Within empty space, there is this kind of seamless blending of informations that are brought together from different sources. And so Grinberg says that the mind is really doing the exact same thing. The field of human awareness is itself a kind of syntergic space. The difference then is pertaining to the difference between empty space and matter, interestingly enough. As I said before, the matter of a physical object kind of obscures, it blocks out certain kinds of information, it renders its own images exclusive in certain ways. And we could think of the embodied nature of human consciousness as performing a very similar function. We are indeed contents of our awareness and weaving them together into these synergized wholes, but we're also privileging certain things over others. We are filtering out all kinds of information all the time, and therefore the kind of synergy which we achieve is very curated, we could say, in a way that empty space doesn't do. But theoretically, at least, Grinberg says that we could actually just synergize everything together in a much more holistic way if we could really bring together the entire field of our awareness into a unity in the same way that pure empty space does, then effectively the boundary between the human neuronal field, the field of human consciousness, and the field of space itself would collapse, and these things would blend together seamlessly. And so what he seems to be describing here is what we would refer to as mystical experiences, as experiences of anatta or satori or what have you. So Grinberg ends up taking these ideas in some really far out directions. He begins to elaborate these ideas to the extent that he begins to explore the correlations between these ideas and things like shamanic practices, shamanic healing practices, Pachitas, shamanic healing practices, all kinds of parapsychological things like non-local interactions and so forth. He's a thinker who really just saw no boundaries. He was the kind of scientist who saw his imagination as an epistemological faculty, something that would allow him to see deeper into the world rather than a barrier to the world. And for that reason, Grinberg is very important. He's very important because he's one of really very few academic thinkers who was able to have the courage needed to take really radically divergent ideas and take them seriously enough to really flesh them out in a way that they can actually disclose things that we might not have otherwise been able to see. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you guys, and have a good afternoon.
All right. And I share that ode to phenomenology and also an ode to imagination. And that's no doubt one of Jacobo's greatest faculties, the faculty of imagination, which doesn't mean making shit up. It doesn't mean just inventing stuff that doesn't exist. It really means diving into those realms from where we take things that then we will analyze and do experiments on, but you need to go there. And that's what he was doing. Well, thank you, Kilan, for participating through a video. Very good. We're reaching the end. The final participant, final guest, plus a surprise for the end, but the final guest is Janine Rodiles. Well, Janine, I chose Janine as the person to close this event with her presentation. She's a clinical psychologist. Janine is a PhD in cognitive sciences. She's the author of many books, of 8 books. She's the biographer of a very famous Mexican psychiatrist, Salvador Roquet. And she knows about many things, about Jungian studies, family constellations, cognitive neuroscience and cognitive axiology, Sufism, psychedelic research, sexual slavery, and so on. To me, Janine is the mystical side of this entire equation we've been talking about today. We've heard about physics, neuroscience, the media, history, impossible things that shamans do. But really, at the end of the day, the Grinberg story is one of a scientist who dared to push science towards spirit, towards what could be say the mystical realm, and no better person, I believe, than Janine to tell us about this and her work. So with that, okay, let me just go here to the chat, to the participants, and sorry, here. Yes, Janine, welcome. Adelante.
Thank you very much, Alex and everybody. It has been a pleasure to be here and listening to all of you. It is amazing sharing and I will say celebration the legacy of Dr. Jacobo Grinberg. And I feel very related with him, even though I didn't met him personally. But As Alex says, I have the fortune to meet Salvador Roquet, and I wrote this book, The Prohibited the Therapy, and I see certain similarities between Salvador Roquet and Dr. Grinberg, because first of all, they they weren't embarrassed to mention God in his books, in his research. And second, they decided to learn from shamanism and Mexican shamans. So, and also to meet certain spiritual leaders or wiser people that they take some of the knowledge to integrate into new epistemology. I think Jacobo Grinberg wanted to develop a new epistemology with neuroscience, psychophysiology, and quantum physics, of course, and also this amazing legacy of the sacred traditions. So in the synthetic theory book, actually Grinberg quote the Big Bang theory in the spiritual level, and we need to realize that the millennia ago, the sacred traditions describes this Big Bang theory. Actually, he says that in his book, he says that Kabbalah describes the creation with this beginning of non-self, non-existence, with the Ein Sof. That Ein Sof is the nothing and the absolute being. From then, the Kabbalah describe, and Grinberg quote that the primordial divinity make a self-withdrawal to make room, to make a space for creation. So this is the Big Bang theory, and same thing with Buddhism, because Buddhism, 3 centuries before our era, described this primordial movement, this primordial explosion with the primordial Om. And also in Sufism, as you may know, is the vein of Islam. It says like at the beginning is the Ahad. The Ahad is the absolute unity, because according with Ibn al-Arabi, there are 3 different unities. The absolute unity, which is before existence, and then the unity of the divine attributes, divinity of the many, which it is like the archetypal principle that organize the existence. And there is another unity, which is the unity of the causes and effects, which is the unity of the government. So in Sufism, it says same thing, that at the beginning is this oneness, and then a vacuum, a big vacuum appears, and within this vacuum, the logos was created. The primordial light was created, and from that logos, everything derives. So it says that the only thing really was created was this logos. So this knowledge was included in the synthetic theory, and we need to be amazed somehow that why science takes so much time in integrate the knowledge that we already have, and we are the inheritors of that knowledge. So another correspondence between the mental body that Grinberg developed is exactly the lattice, because as he described the lattice as a fundamental structure with holographic and intertwined organization. So it's exactly the same thing that the intranet was described centuries ago. I will say millennia ago. And this is very important because also Grinberg talks about the different synergic bands. And that also corresponds with the knowledge of the levels of consciousness that he wanted to include as a way to understand that science is not just about matter. It's about the journey that the human beings have to make in order to evolve and in order to become one with the one. So again, Ibn al-Arabi describes these different, we can say, synergic bands or levels of consciousness, and the lowest level of consciousness is related exactly with matter. And then comes another level, which is action, imagination, abstraction, and real knowledge. Somehow, Grinberg was saying, postulating a paradox, because in one side, he says, the brain has this mimetic condition with the space, with the lattice, and the brain evolved with the interaction with the lattice. But in the other side, he says that we don't know anything, but because knowledge is different than the distortions that the conditional mind make through to the lattice. So in certain way, he is saying exactly what Buddhism says, that we don't know anything, that we just related with our own interpretations and our own perceptions. And in order to perceive reality, we have to make an internal process, we have to clean the mind, and we have to just contemplate what is that whole reality, and we have to become one with the oneness. So I think with these different methods that Grinberg developed, wanted not just to do science, but to develop a way of realization in not I will say in not a religion way. So it might be the time that with Grinberg legacy that we can open the door for a new science, or maybe a new scientific method, which includes the different dimensions of reality. And even though they are subtle dimensions, we can contemplate them and we can be part of that realizations. I am very hope of being here because I think we can finally understand what Grinberg wanted to say. And thank you very much, Alex, for organizing this amazing encounter.
Thank you. Thank you, Janine, for your words and for your work. Okay, so we're really at the end, but I think Lisette Arditi, who's a remarkable Mexican painter and also the mother of Estusha Grinberg and Jacobo's first wife, probably first love. I think she's around and she may want to say some closing words. If she needs help, I'm happy to translate. Lisette, are you there?
Sí, aquí estoy.
Okay. Adelante. Muchas gracias.
No, claro, gracias a todos ustedes y especialmente a ti por organizarlo. For me, it's better to speak in Spanish because I think I'm more fluent in Spanish. So if Alex will make a big favor to translate me, it will be
Sure.
fine for me. Just few words, since we are in, after 4 hours. So Alex.
Adelante. Yes.
Bueno, yo en realidad creo que se ha hablado ya de muchas cosas, lo cual agradezco. Yo creo que mis palabras tienen más que ver con un agradecimiento hacia todos ustedes y creo que se ha hablado ampliamente de muchos aspectos en los que Jacobo ha tenido una injerencia en cada uno de ustedes.
Okay. So really, thank you very much. And my words are of thank you to all of you. And we've spoken about many aspects widely, and each of those, or at least for every one of us, one of those aspects has made some impact in us, and we're reflecting back to, in a way, what Jacobo's work was.
Y también una de las cosas que yo creo que cerraría muy bien el evento es agradecerte a ti, Alex, y decir un poco que yo cuando te conocí, si puedes traducir eso.
One of the things that would fit here in order to close the event is to thank you, Alex, and also to say that when I first met you.
Sí, para mí fue muy agradable conocer la inteligencia de Alex, el involucramiento de Alex, cómo trabaja Alex con todas estas ideas desde la neurociencia y desde la física. Entonces yo siempre pensé que Alex era como alguien muy especial que podía estudiar todo el legado de Jacobo y cuidar el legado de Jacobo.
All right.
Tengo que traducir los elogios, Alex, ni modo.
Yeah. Okay. So, it's very nice. It was very nice.
I think I will say it by myself, Alex, because
yes, please.
I don't want you to miss any word that I want to say about you. But I think Alex, when I met Alex, I thought that he was very the exact person to keep the legacy, the intellectual legacy of Jacobo, because I felt that he understood perfectly well what Jacobo said and study about this, especially his theory. And I was very pleased to hear how he was reading his books and understanding very deeply what Jacobo has to say. And also what I think is very good from Alex is that he's a scientific, and we the family needed somebody that really was into science to understand that aspect of Jacobo, because Jacobo has been a myth right now, because all the things he was into. But the scientific part was missing, in a way, a very deep understanding. So it was such an impression for me, and such an affective thing through Alex, or for Alex, that I even told him once that it was like, me hubiera, tell him this, Alex, me hubiera gustado tener un hijo como Alex, que entendiera a esos niveles como todas estas cuestiones que Jacobo dejó, porque sentía que el entendimiento era muy familiar. Entonces, bueno, I really want translate that for me.
Yeah,
Please.
I would have liked to have a son like Alex that would have understood all these aspects of the work of Jacobo, because his understanding was a very familiar one.
Yes. And the only thing I would like to say is thank you, Alex, for all the work that you have been doing for Jacobo, for the family, and I think there is much more to go, and I will be very pleased to see the results of all this work from everybody that has been here in the meeting. And thank you to all of you, and that's it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Okay, wonderful to start with Estusha and with Lisette after all of you. Thank you so much. I will finish reading a piece from this book, La Fuerza Vital del Cielo Anterior. It's in Spanish. Even if you don't speak Spanish, I believe you can hear it. Escribo en el exilio desde un planeta remoto y oscuro llamado Tierra, al que me ha enviado la jerarquía por haber querido violar la zona prohibida del universo. He vivido ya 11 vidas terrestres y no he podido retornar a mi lugar de origen. Algo en el enfoque magnificente de la divinidad estimuló un misterio que ninguna lección o sufrimiento han podido develar, y eso me mantiene prisionero en este lugar extraño y distante, regido por leyes que no coinciden con mi naturaleza celestial. Escribo como un intento más de compartir, porque eso es lo que he aprendido a hacer. Escribo porque recuerdo, y el recordar sin manifestarlo me ahoga. He aprendido a sobrevivir a pesar de todos los intentos de los habitantes de este planeta por moldearme a su estilo de vida. He conocido grandes sabios que han sido mis maestros, y el misterio de lo que esconde la mujer terrícola me ha fascinado a través de todas mis vidas. Me he vuelto conocido entre los habitantes de este planeta en diferentes épocas. Aparecí en la Biblia como Andrés, en los Yoga Sutras de Patanjali, en los escándalos de las cortes francesas del siglo XV y entre los grandes cabalistas de Safed. He decidido retornar a mi planeta de origen, cuésteme lo que me cueste. Y este escrito es un intento por sanear mi memoria y entender mi propio desarrollo. Confío que a través de su elaboración encuentre la llave perdida, el secreto procedimiento que ha de liberarme de esta cárcel planetaria y de sus habitantes. Pero no se interpreten mal mis palabras en el sentido de ausencia de cariño. Estoy profundamente agradecido con este planeta porque en él he vivido experiencias que en ninguna otra porción del universo se viven. Aquí he encontrado seres de todos los rumbos y con todas las tendencias. La mayor parte de ellos en olvido de sí mismos, pero otros con la cabeza en alto y recordándose. Las humillaciones me han exaltado después de sumirme en la desesperación y poco a poco he ido retornando al amor hacia mí mismo. Encuentro que incluyo a todas mis vivencias y nada puede definirme. Fluyo, en cambio, hasta que vuelvo a encontrar algo no resuelto y en él me quedo y retorno hasta que lo considero también mío. En esta expansión comienzo a reconocerme con el todo, y cada vez mi existencia separada desaparece para dar lugar a alguien más cercano a mí mismo. Pero este mí mismo no es ni un anhelo ni tampoco un pensamiento. Se asemeja más a un sentimiento que incluye todos los estados, todas las emociones y aún los dolores que experimento. De todo ello estoy agradecido a esta correccional de los exiliados del universo. A no dudarlo, en ocasiones he sido muy feliz aquí y casi he decidido quedarme, pero tengo un llamado y no puedo dejar de oírlo. Si he aprendido lo necesario y si ya es mi tiempo, eso quizás también yo lo decido, pero sé que no estoy solo y que el Padre amorosísimo existe. A Él me remito y que solo Él me juzgue. Jacobo Grinberg. Bendito seas, Jacobo, allí donde sea que te encuentres ahora. Que sepas que no te olvidamos y que honramos y honraremos tu legado. Gracias y hasta siempre. Good night, everyone.